Dialysis. Taking Jardians with
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is October 12th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So I got the Braves and Phillies on. I believe it's the 8th inning, and the Braves are up. I believe last time I checked, it was 3-0. We got AEW Dynamite, which is going to be starting right now for the West Coast feed. I believe it's 3-3 with the Dodger game that's on right now as well against the Padres. So we got playoff baseball, AEW. Let's do some NFL talk. We'll do some NFL Q&A. We'll do some NFL fantasy football questions. And then, of course, food at the very, very end. So hopefully everyone is having a fantastic day. Like I said, it's Wednesday already. We're already in the middle of the week. Tomorrow, we got Thursday night football. It's not going to be necessarily the greatest matchup, but, it is what it is. Moving forward, not every matchup in the NFL is going to be great. And sometimes on Thursday night, it can be a little bit rough. And let's take a look at the schedule as we go into this weekend, just to kind of take a quick peek. We got Commanders and Bears. Now, is that going to be as bad as the Broncos and the Colts? I hope not, but hopefully we end up getting something from Justin Fields and Carson Wentz. Maybe they should bench Carson and put in Heineke for Meineke. Maybe they should do that. And I got my boy Evan Neal and, your boy Aiden Hutchinson in the background as well, since we're going to be doing some NFL talk today. Buccaneers, Steelers, Niners, Falcons, Patriots, Browns, Jets, Packers, Jags, Colts, Vikings, Dolphins, Bengals, Saints, Ravens, Giants, Panthers, Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks. Megan is going, wearing her new 12 chain. And the best two games pretty much of the weekend. Bills, Chiefs, number one. Cowboys, Eagles would be number two, and that's going to be in the afternoon as well as Sunday Night Football. So if the Mariners win tomorrow in Game 2 or in Game 3, I won't be able to do any NFL, obviously live play-by-play and reactions or NASCAR because I will be in Seattle for Game 4 for the Mariners. But if they end up losing tomorrow and they lose Saturday, then we'll be doing Bills, Chiefs, Cowboys, Eagles, and then obviously I'll be doing Broncos, Chargers for Monday night. I really don't want to miss Bills and Chiefs, Cowboys and Eagles, because I've been looking forward to that matchup all year. But, if the Mariners are in the playoffs, the tickets are going for $800 to $1,000 a piece. So, and we got ours for about $200 in the pre-sale. So we'll be doing a lot of NFL talk, NFL Q&A from the fans. And if you have any fantasy football questions, we can go down that route. If you want to talk AEW Dynamite, we can do that. And then we got playoff baseball on right now. So bottom of the fourth, 3-3 Dodgers, Padres are knotted up in Game 2. And then with the Braves, let's take a quick peek what it is here. And in the Braves game, what are we sitting at? 3-0 Braves in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. So your boy's here. Your boy is ready. Let's go. Greetings, fam. Oh, thank you so much for the chain. It's way too much, and I truly love it. Can't wait to wear it on Sunday. No problem. Like I said, if people donate hundreds or thousands of dollars, I want to make sure that, you're going to be getting something unique and original or something that's really nice that I would buy for myself. Not a little pencil, not a little fucking koozie. You're going to get a Mitchell & Ness jersey. You're going to get a custom Seattle Seahawks 12 chain. You're going to get the goods, a starter jacket, something special and unique. And I couldn't think of a better person that I could hook someone else with a Seahawk 12 chain than yourself. So we just want to say thank you. We appreciate you. And like I said, every donation that comes in doesn't go unnoticed. And I do appreciate every single person that has donated to me once or many, many times. It means a lot. It can support my family, Paisley, and obviously I can give back a lot of it to you guys as well. Greetings, fam. Thank you so much for the chain. It arrived today. It's way too much, and I can't wear it. Wait to wear it on Sunday. No problem. Sarah's in the building. How are you? My lead mod is in the building. How are you doing? Dodgers 3, Padres 3, Braves 3-0 on the Phillies. So that's got to be exciting for Shep and Jameson Meza and Mike. I know that they were very disappointed with the Braves losing game 1, just like how the Mariners lost. But that's a part of sports. You know, you never know what's going to happen on any given Monday through Sunday. And we got ourselves a real doozy here. Darvish versus Clayton Kershaw. And I saw Machado go yard on Kershaw, I think in the first inning. So I was like, oh shit. Okay, and then there's been some solo dingers back and forth, but it looks like the Braves are going to end up getting this dub. Good for them, because if I want to be able to play somebody Dodgers-wise for my dad, I want Dodgers-Braves more than anything else. And I know underdogs want the Phillies. I was rooting for the Cardinals to beat the Phillies, but it just wasn't meant to be. I know Sarah's team will come back even stronger next year, but we got a good one. 3-3 bottom of the 4th. Darvish. Oh, Gavin Lux. There we go. And then the Braves are, an inning away. So I'll be able to watch this. And then after this is over, I'll go into AEW Dynamite. I haven't seen too many spoilers, but I saw Jon Moxley. His wife is there, Renee Paquette. And it's in Canada. So whenever wrestling is in Canada, WWE, AEW, NJPW, ROH, or any type of federation, it's fucking lit. Just like it normally is when it goes to Chicago or New York or LA. The crowds get pretty lit, but especially in Chicago and New York. But I would say overseas, like when we saw in Wales, that was amazing. But the Canadian crowds, they don't get as many shows, obviously, as the United States. So it doesn't matter if it's in Edmonton or Toronto, Vancouver, BC. It's always lit. And I haven't seen any spoilers, so I'm very excited to see what's going to happen moving forward with AEW Dynamite. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, she lost power. Oh, no. Let's get to 100 and donos. Awesome. Good to hear. And if anyone has any fantasy football questions, even though I'm running a league for the NWSF, if you have a question about who you should start, who you should bench, maybe someone to pick up on the wire, even for people that are in the league that I'm doing, I'll help you guys out. I'm not a hater. I'm going to give honest advice. And I even had a guy on Twitter when I made the post. I don't even think he follows the channel at all. His name is Andrew Gifford, and he said, which team you got winning week 6? And he gave me a couple examples, and I responded back to him. And I know there's another guy that on Twitter that does like fantasy football questions, but who's going to be able to answer NFL or fantasy football better than me? I mean, like I said, it's going to be a battle. Me and Sarah, we're both undefeated. We both have injuries, like I said, and it's really crucial that you keep updating your team week in and week out, because as soon as you slack, on the lineup, that's when an unexpected injury comes. And then you look at your bench or on the wire and you're like, fuck, what did I miss? I missed the wire, or I missed putting in a claim, or damn, I could have had X player and now I got to settle for Y player. And that happens a lot. So the more you read and the more you put into something, just like anything in life, right? The more results and the positive impact it's going to have. And that is big fats. But like I said, I'm 5-0. Sarah's 5-0. But I'm trying to go. I've never finished undefeated in fantasy, right? And I'm not saying I'm going to, but I know that Brute Saint, I play you next week, and the 3 best teams in fantasy right now are me, Sarah, and you. So there's no guarantee that I'm going to beat both of you guys, and there's no guarantee I go undefeated and in the regular season and then lose in the first round, or it's best of 2 weeks. But, you just want to be able to put out the best performance and show your football knowledge. And I'm starting Geno Smith and Jason Myers for my quarterback and kicker over Koo, right, and over Justin Herbert. So that should show you and tell you something that, I'm not biased at all. I'm going to play the matchups, and they play the Arizona Cardinals. So I think I have a better chance on getting points with those 2 for the Seahawks at home versus Herbert against Denver, or Koo in his matchup as well. So, hey, sometimes you got to pick up some Seahawk players when they start overachieving, right? You got to do it. Hybrid is in the building. What to do? Brute Saint in the building. Hey, congratulations with modifying your team, slowly but surely. I've been paying attention, and you crept up from kind of being in the middle towards the back, and now you've catapulted yourself to the top 3. And when I look at your roster has staying power to stay in the top 4 the whole year. So I expect you to be in the playoffs with me and Sarah, and there's going to be one other spot for maybe Holly or someone else. And Holly's got probably the worst luck because she's got like 3rd most or 4th most points, but she's just played, someone's Super Bowl fantasy football week every week. So she's putting up 130, 140, 150 and losing. And that doesn't happen often. So hopefully she can get in to the playoffs as well. So your boy is here. Your boy is ready. NFL questions, you can fire them off whenever you want, or as we get more people. But we'll do NFL fantasy football, MLB. We got the 2 games on. Braves 3, Phillies 0, Dodgers, Padres knotted up at 3, bottom of the 4th. Okay, and then on top of that, if you want to talk AEW, WWE, or once we get into food later, we'll do that as well. So I'm going to give you the live reactions to the games, and I got, free time for you guys. I figured I could have streamed the game. I could have did the Braves game. My girlfriend got off a little bit earlier, or I could have did this Padres Dodgers, but I figured it would be nice to be able to do something a little different and do some NFL. We don't really have a whole lot of time to do a lot of just NFL fantasy football unless I make time for it. But as long as, playoff baseball and the NFL is going on in wrestling, that's going to take priority. But I thought, you know what? How cool would it be just to we can talk NFL or we can just talk wrestling and I can still cover the game, but we can just focus maybe more on NFL, baseball, and wrestling. So your boy's here. Your boy is ready. And if you want me to compare my team to yours, I can read off my team and kind of give you an idea of where my brain is at. But I've made almost 60 transactions. We're only in week 5. So I usually make about 100 to 200. That's why I finish in the top 3 every single year. If you don't make moves, you're praying that your starting lineup is going to stay healthy. And sometimes it can, even for a majority of the season. But in most cases, if you don't have depth at running back, wide receiver, defense, whatever it is, it can come back to bite you because you could have an unexpected injury and you're like, shit. And then you look at your bench and you got nobody there to plug in. Maybe you got 2 or 3 running backs in your lineup and you got one maybe on the bench. Maybe you don't have none. So, these type of things happen. And you also want to make sure you have multiple defenses, sometimes multiple kickers. I know it sounds crazy to hold a second kicker over another awesome wide receiver, but how many wide receivers are you playing? 2? You probably already got them in your lineup. So, what you got on the bench is just like reserves. So if your kicker has got a bad matchup, plug in a new one. Grab one from the wire if it's available. You want to make sure you're always upgrading the team and adjusting as, the teams and the players are getting better. I would have never thought I was going to have Geno Smith on my fucking team in fantasy, but here we go. Week 4, I picked him up and I kept him on my bench and stashed him. And I'm going to be very honest right now, and I'm going to throw up a picture. Okay. And, I have Justin Herbert as my starter. I could have drafted Cooper Kupp instead of Justin Jefferson, but I'm happy with it. I could have drafted Mahomes, over, Justin Herbert. It's fine. You know what I mean? But this guy right here on the Seattle Seahawks, if Justin Herbert's injury keeps lingering, okay, if it keeps lingering, I might, and I'm not even lying to you guys right now, I might play Geno Smith a majority of the year. I might play him the rest of the year. I might win a fantasy football championship with Geno Smith at quarterback. And he's ranked 5th in fantasy football stats, which means the OC is doing a good job. Pete Carroll is making sure that he lets the defense know they're not doing their job, but the offense is, the O-line is, the offensive coordinator is. And guess what? Even though Penny went down, they still got Kenneth Walker III, stud, Michigan State, okay? But they got DK Metcalf and Tyler get to the door and lock it. So it shows you even the most unexpected quarterback or player might be a guy that O-Dog takes a chance on. And it's not really me taking a chance, because if you look at his stats, he's actually racking up more points week to week since Herbert's injury than Herbert. So why would I put Herbert in there when he's going to get me 11 to 14 once in a while, right? And then hopefully he gets to 17 or 20 points, but it's going to be hit or miss. But if Geno can get me 18 to 35, it's a no-brainer. Andy's got a great matchup this week. Megan's going. She got her chain. And that makes my heart feel good. I'm still waiting. Sarah got her shirts for me. So she got the Cardinals shirt and she got that. So that's awesome. And then the Iowa shirt or the other shirt that you got. I know you got Cardinals and something else. And then on top of that, Holly Hundo still hasn't got her Mitchell and Ness jerseys yet for me, but I've emailed them. And hopefully that they will contact me tomorrow morning so that way I can get a status update because I paid for them on Saturday. And I know Mitchell and Ness is very high end and they get a lot of orders, but you would think that they would have messaged me by now that, hey, your order's going out, or hey, we're going to ship it out Friday or Monday. Because normally if I pay for something, I expect that shit to be shipped out within a couple days. You know what I mean? It's already Wednesday. So I want to make sure Holly gets that gift. And I'm not sure if she's going to get it before she goes to the Bills game, but I'm excited for her to get those 2 Derek Thomas jerseys from me, sewn, stitched from Mitchell and Ness. So, she donated a $500 donation to me, and I thought that was such a heartwarming, kind thing to do. Most people will never donate $500 to me. Some people will donate $100 or less, and that means a lot to me. But the $500 crew is Nate the Great, right? Nathaniel Morris. He's done it not once, not twice, but 3 times. And Holly's done this for her first time. But let's not, for a shadow of a doubt, think otherwise. Holly has donated more to this channel than any other individual. Cyberpunk was up there. Mr. Williams was up there as well. But Holly has really held it down for the support of this channel financially, emotionally, and also making great friendships with you guys in the room. I think she might be the most interesting person that we have on the channel. Not only being a lover of pets and cats and dogs, and that even includes myself. I know I'm a kind of a weirdo and I'm very fanatical and I have a lot of passion. But I feel that a lot of us in the room are very caring individuals that are selfless, that would give the shirts off their backs if someone in need, including the Fanatic family. And I think that pretty much is everyone in the room for the most part. I mean, that's just how it goes. And it's just nice to be able to get a gift and then not buy anything for myself. And then, give it back and, make sure. Now, will I buy something out of that? I mean, I took Paisley to get, her nails trimmed and shampooed. I got Holly those jerseys. So that'll probably leave me with 100, 150 left. So there might be like a football card or an Ichiro or a Griffey or a Julio or an Aaron Judge that maybe I'll invest in. But it just makes me feel good that I can do stuff for you goats. And like I said, if you donate heavy to me, you will get rewarded, and you will get rewarded handsomely. Okay. You're going to make sure you're going to get something that not is just a regular gift. It's going to be top of the line, something that I would buy for myself. So, I don't skip out on money, on price stuff. I mean, if I love it, I'm buying it. Even if it's a lot of money, I'm buying it if I love it. And that's how it goes. So I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. I'm very, very excited for Megan going to the matchup, and the chain came in time. And I know it's going to be one of those things that you're going to be able to, cherish forever. And like I said, it's unique. No one else has one except for one other person in Oregon. It's going to be you're going to be literally the only Seahawk fan that has it. You know what I mean? It's a true one of two, but it's almost essentially a one of one, because I don't even know if that person lives in Oregon or Washington anymore. And then you're going to be the only one in Australia with it too. So it just makes my heart feel good when I can give back to you guys, because that's really what it's about. It's not about just me, and just, getting all these donations, even though you see me working hard and I'm entertaining and giving you guys visuals and we're having bonds. But I just want to stress that the bonds in this channel are not like any other channel on YouTube. And the people that are a part of this channel, you realize that, because I know a lot of you don't just watch me, and it's okay. I know that people that are on YouTube, right, as fans, they bounce around. They usually watch like 3, 4, 5, sometimes 10 channels. They keep sometimes more. You guys have your favorites, kind of like TV shows. And as we have favorite TV shows and movies, you guys have favorite YouTube channel, obviously artists, hosts, right? As well as people like on Twitch. But I just want to shout out you guys. You guys make my job so fulfilling. And, I'm not a selfish guy. And like I said, anytime that, I get something big, it's never, based off greed. And when we hit a low number, it's not like, oh man, I need to get this big number so I can go buy shit for myself. come on guys, donate more. No, if anything, I just want us to get us to a high number so I can give Sarah more gifts that I can give back to the mods. And I think you guys know that, because there's not a better feeling as you get older. Once you probably hit like 20 or 30, Christmas isn't the same as when you were a kid. And sometimes when you give something amazing, right? It makes you feel even better than maybe sometimes when you got something like a Nintendo on Christmas or a Sega Genesis on Christmas. I mean, certain Christmases for me were fucking amazing. And I just try to give that little feeling and give it back to you guys. So shout out to you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. Let's see who's in the room. Let's see here. Final score, Braves 3, Phillies 0. The series is tied 1-1. Okay, baby. Nice. All the Braves fans can have a sigh of relief. Oh, so now you're 1-1 and you're not down 0-2 to the team that shouldn't even beat the Cardinals and shouldn't even won game 1. But it shows you momentum is a fucking killer. Momentum can have a team that's not very good or scrapping themselves into the playoffs. But if they're hot and they're healthy, right? It shows you anybody can beat anyone. All you got to do is get into the dance, the playoffs, whatever sport it is, March Madness, NFL playoffs, MLB, NBA. And sometimes those underdogs have a lot of fucking heart and they go a lot further. Sometimes the underdog goes all the way and wins a championship. And that's the type of shit I live for. And that is big facts. And no problem. Obviously with the chain, like I said, it was during that Duck game where my buddy reached out to me. He made the NWSF chain for me, and he does collegiate art designs, does the Oregon chains and Oregon signage. He makes Oregon memorabilia for the University of Oregon. He's NCAA licensed. Not many people are a company that are NCAA licensed other than Oregon themselves that makes the merch, and he's one of the main guys, and he's an awesome dude. Brian is an awesome dude. And I mean, he pretty much wanted to work with me, and we'll give away duck chains during the games. But when I was trying to get a good donation number, Megan did a majority of it. She's a USC fan, not Oregon. So sending an Oregon chain wouldn't make sense, right? And then obviously you like the Seahawks. And then I remembered in his collection on his website, I remember seeing that 12 chain it was implanted in my brain. And I thought, you know what? Let's see if we can do the 12 chain for her, even though that the Oregon chains cost about $30. A custom chain is normally going to cost like $125 to $250. Like it's going to be a little bit more because he has to, cut it with the metal machine, and it's a custom piece, that he does. And there's always going to be little subtle details with him too. And I'm just happy that we could give like a real cool gift. Not that Megan, couldn't have enjoyed like a USC chain that was worth like $30, but to get something like a little bit more appropriate, based off the donations she's provided, that makes me feel great. And I know you're going to wear it, you're going to rock it, you're going to show it off, and people are going to ask you questions. Damn, where did you get that? That is so cool. And then maybe you can drive some business to Collegiate Art Designs, you know what I mean? And let them know. And even though they primarily do Oregon Duck merch, they do custom work too. So if you have a design, one of his coolest ones that he did pancakes. So he gave it to these high school All-Americans in Oregon. And it was the big hog mollies up front, like 73, that you can see over my shoulder, like an Evan Neal. And the guy was like, you know what? I want pancakes stacked up on each other with syrup, and I want that as a chain to reward my offensive linemen when they push over a guy. It's called a pancake. And I was like, wow, what a unique, that would be something that I would think of, or some of you would think of in the room, like, putting our brains together. What kind of unique football and food or football and other unrelated item can we make into a chain? That would be dope, right? Would be really one of a kind. And he did that, and they look sweet. Like, some people would be like, oh, this guy just likes pancakes. No, it's actually, for football, but I guess you could wear it if you love pancakes or breakfast too. But if you go to his website, you can kind of see some of the custom work that he's done for Aloha High School, the Warriors. He'll do like the Warrior or like the symbol. He's so talented, Brian is. And if you look at his website and look at all these chains that he's done for like high school, colleges, private events, All-Americans, it's pretty fucking incredible. Like, he is a creative guy like myself, and I can really I really get drawn to people that are creative, like Holly, and people that can put the pen to the paper and the marker to the paper, and people that can sing, people that can dance, people that can express themselves. It's very cool. So if you ever want to check it out, Megan, if you haven't been there already, you can see some of his other stuff. And then if you get to a point where maybe you have an idea and you message him when you're back in Australia, maybe he can make a custom design for you, something like, Pete Carroll chain, Jim Zorn chain. I imagine he could do it. He might have to make it like cartoon character base. Maybe he can even use a player image, and he'll just be like a one of one. You know what I mean? And obviously he can't sell those, to like mass people. But if it's like a custom chain, you might be able to get yourself like a Jim Zorn image on a chain, or a Steve Largent. Now, see, that's my brain. See, that's where I'm thinking. I'm a creative guy. So I'm thinking, shit, all right, if I can get a chain, how cool would it be to have like a football player, doing like a throwing pose or running, and then you have that as your chain, as your favorite player or coach. Pretty cool. So maybe, or even his face, and you could have it on his hair, and you could just have his face on it. That would be incredible too. A Pete Carroll face chain wearing the Seahawk hat. You see where my brain goes? That's why I'm $1 million man. All right. I got the ideas, but that's what I would want. Or maybe I would say, hey, what can you do for me? Realistically, like a photo, or maybe like a cartoon drawing. What could you do for me for Pete Carroll's head, or Pete Carroll's body, or, him in the clipboard with the headset, or maybe Geno Smith, or Steve Largent, or Jim Zorn. That's where you would go. Zorn, Largent, Pete Carroll. That's where you're going to go. First three. And then he might be able to make you a custom chain for $100 to $200, and it'll be the only one out there in the world. That's why it's handy, and I'm going to have him make me another NWSF chain, probably within the next 6 months, something else to brand the channel, whether it be like $100 bill, and instead of the president's face, it's my face with NWSF stuff in the background. I don't know what we're going to do, but your boy's got some ideas. But I appreciate you guys tremendously. But you see where my brain goes there? It's always trying to come up with those unique, one-of-a-kind items. And I like to link with people that are creative and original, because then my brain waves start tingling. And then I start thinking of crazy shit that ends up being reality, and I want to be able to give people things they've never thought of, and how cool would it be to actually have a face of your favorite player on a chain? That's like shit rappers would wear. I would wear, anyone would wear. Hardcore fans too, Absolutely. Let's go. How are you doing? Good to hear. Good to hear. There we go. I'm happy. And then I know that it's kind of odd because most YouTubers, people on Twitch, they don't really send shit out to people. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, and if they do, it sometimes it underwhelms for the hard work that mods do, kicking people out, lifting up the vibe, taking care of donos for me, and like I said, it's like you want to make sure people feel appreciated. You never want to feel like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to be, and they're lucky to be a mod. No, if you got that mentality, that's a fucked up thing to think, But I just try to be as genuine and real as possible, and I try to give the best gifts that you're going to get ever. I want to have that reputation, even when I'm not rich myself. I want to be known as the guy that gives out the best merch, the top of the line merch to the best people that take care of me. Then you get it right back. And I can give you some ideas on some really cool shit that's on my brain, and maybe we can make it into a reality. Because I'm starting to think this like Pete Carroll face chain, or Pete Carroll body chain, or Jim Zorn or Largent, that might be able to become a reality. So we'll have to wait and see what he has access to, and what he can use and what he can't use, or if it has to be like a cartoon instead of the player image. Obviously, it's you got to make sure you're careful with stuff. You know what I mean? But could happen. It could happen. But that makes me feel happy because I was thinking to myself for a while, okay, I got something for Sarah. I got something for Cyberpunk. I got something for Odin's son. I got something for Holly. I was like, what am I going to be able to get Megan? And obviously it's a no-brainer. It's USC Seattle. But I don't want to just get you a jersey. That's something that you can get yourself. And you already have a lot of them. I want to get you something that you don't have, and you won't have means to really get it because you just don't know about it until I brought it up. And that is like the most special thing for me, because it might not be the most expensive thing that you've ever got as a gift, but I know it is special to you because it's Seahawk. It's dear to your heart. It's 12. You know what I mean? And it's from my guy too. So, I just want to make sure that everyone knows, everyone is loved and appreciated. And I do appreciate you guys tremendously. I just wish more Twitch, streamers and YouTube streamers would be more genuine and more like honest and not fake, and not try to do everything for views or clickbait or money or donations or subs. I think a lot of people get lost and they lose themselves. They go Hollywood. They lose themselves a little bit when success comes. And I promised you guys I never will be that person ever. I'm always going to keep it real. AK is getting back. Hollywood, yeah. Guess who has D-Hop? Yo, boy. Yep. I had him too, and I dropped him. And I had to drop him because I had to make moves for other pieces that I needed with injuries. Otherwise, I would have kept him because I already knew he was going to get, 8 to 12 targets every game because Robinson's not getting any. So, if I have Mark Andrews, so, I don't need him, but as a backup, that would have been the best backup in the league. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you got to move pieces around. And when like Koo, is kicking and it's a bad matchup, or the defense is, Dallas and the Bills, and both matchups aren't good, or maybe you have an injury at running back or wide receiver, sometimes that backup tight end has to go temporarily, and if someone picks him up, it happens. You just have to strategize. But I agree, that's a good one. And I'm pretty sure you picked him up after I dropped him. Love him. And it's not all Geno. Like I said, I picked him up in fantasy. And with fantasy football, it's one of the hardest things to be good at on planet Earth. There's a lot of people that play it, but there's not very many people that are good at it. It takes a lot of commitment, a lot of reading, a lot of film study, a little bit of luck. And, you just can't look at the numbers that are projected each week. If you do, sometimes you'll lose. So you have to dig a little bit deeper with that. But Geno's offensive line and OC is the reason Geno's having success. So if Geno didn't have a clean pocket, we wouldn't be talking about Geno right now, and Geno wouldn't be my quarterback in fantasy, being 5-0, going against Sarah, who's 5-0, and I'm going to start Geno Smith. And I got Jason Myers. I picked him up this week also, and he's going to be my kicker over Koo because Koo's got a bad matchup. So I'm going heavy on the Seahawks beating the Cardinals, and Geno and Myers kicking ass and taking names. So now if the offensive line gets hurt with Charles Cross and the other rookie on the other side, then we're not talking about Geno anymore. He goes to my bench, or maybe I cut him. But as long as, Carroll has the defense, he's not going to be able to make it better because it's just lack of talent. But as long as he keeps them hopefully accountable, they're just going to be bad, and we know it, right? And we hope that they get better next year and the year after and the year after, and I believe they will. But the offense, no one thought the offensive line or the play calling would be this good. And now Geno is, taking advantage of having a clean pocket, maybe for the first time in his career. And he's got two, Pro Bowl talent wide receivers, and DK Metcalf, who's a top 12, round 10, 11, 12, right there with A.J. Brown. And then Tyler Get to the Door and Lockett is a top 25 receiver. Sometimes he plays like a top 15. So, it's a good combo there. And I wouldn't pick up Geno Smith, let alone I have Justin Herbert. Okay. He's like leading the league in passing. He's, right up there. Right. But, since his rib cartilage injury, Justin Herbert hasn't really been Justin Herbert. He had a couple 23-point games and then has gone to like 13, 19, and like 14. I can't win in fantasy football typically with 13 or 14, out of my quarterback. I'm going to be shooting for 18 to 35. If I can't get at least 18, I don't feel good. If it's under 18, you're nervous you're going to lose, because some quarterbacks have the potential, like Josh Allen and Mahomes and Lamar, to put up 40 or 30. I don't want to lose just because right there. So, fantasy is very, very difficult, but you have a draft and each person picks players each round, and you're trying to construct the best 9 pieces against anybody else's best 9. So quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, defense, and then kicker. And then you have one flex. A flex could be a running back, wide receiver, or tight end, Megan. And it's one of those things. If you only know about your own team, it's almost impossible, to be great at fantasy. It forces you to be knowledgeable of everyone in the league. And that's a good thing. You know what I mean? So that way you know a little bit more, and you can have more conversations with more people, and you're just going to be smarter. And it makes you understand the league better when you understand it as a whole rather than just your team or your own conference. But I have Justin Herbert, and I picked him after I picked him as the second quarterback overall, right after Sarah went Josh Allen. I had to follow her. She went Travis Kelce. I had to go Mark Andrews. Sometimes you got to mimic the person that's next to you if you want to be great. And it just so happens that me and Sarah have the 2 best teams, Brute Saint right on our heels. So, but I love me some Geno, and I'm starting Justin Herbert, most of the time. But at this point, who's really money? Who's the money? Who's this? Racks on racks, stacks on stacks. And unfortunately, can Justin Herbert do good against Denver and put up 30? Of course. But I think I trust Geno the last 3 games more. And they're going against the Cardinals. And I feel that the opportunity is better than Herbert going against a Denver defense that actually has been top 10, sometimes top 5. So love him. I love him. And this has nothing to do with Megan, a Seahawk fan, or Marcos, another Seahawk fan, or Daddy Dennis being a Seahawk fan. I'm not going to cater, just because, how I feel is how I feel. I'm just going to let it come out, and this is how it's going to be. But I'm really, really loving Geno. And like I said, is it going to last long term? Probably not, but we would hope so. But, if they can keep building on the line, wouldn't it be crazy if Geno ends up being the quarterback of the Seahawks for like the next 5 years, and they can focus on offensive line and defense? They might be able to make a little bit of a run, down the road. Not this year, but like, let's say 2 years from now, they have 2 amazing drafts. They get like 2 more Pro Bowl linemen, and then the defense has got a guy on every level. Then I'm like, then maybe they can get to 10 wins, make a wild card, and then maybe beat somebody, I know it would sound crazy to think that this would be possible only 2 years away, because at the beginning of the season, it looked like it was 6 years away or more. But it shows you how a lot can change, within a matter of a couple months. But I love him. I wouldn't have grabbed him I'm 5-0. All right. It's a lot of reputation on the line. I'm playing someone 5-0. They have Josh Allen, the best quarterback in fantasy. Number 1. And I have Herbert, but I'm not going to do it for name recognition. I'm going to do it based off the smart, decision, having my brain and using it and thinking, what? Geno probably has a better chance to get more, even though that Herbert is a, potential Hall of Famer already, right? He's on the cusp of like going in that trajectory. Geno Smith will be lucky to make a Pro Bowl or 2, we would think, or a playoff game, because we just can't really see it happening, at least preseason. But now, who knows what could happen, And it's not like they're a playoff team. But like I said, if you were thinking, 3 to 5 wins, and that's what a lot of us were thinking, now 7 to 9 looks like the appropriate number, or that could be possible. So that is big facts. But Josh Allen, though, number 1 quarterback. Number 1. I got Herbert, right? And this is the best guy, fantasy-wise. I mean, makes Gabe Davis look like another Stephon Diggs. It's like they have 2 Stephon Diggs. It's like unfair. And Sarah's got Gabe Davis and Allen. So trust me, I've seen them both put up like 80, 70 to 80 between 2 people. Do you know how hard it is to beat someone when they get 80 points out of 2 guys, or even 70? It's like almost impossible. Like, you better have guys that are doing the same, But here's O-Dog, right? Could go Josh Allen, Sarah versus Justin Herbert, but I'm going to go Geno Smith, baby. And to even double up, I picked up the kicker, right? Because I had Koo. Koo got me a 0, and I still came back and won, luckily, because Josh Jacobs gave me like 30-plus points on Monday Night Football. But I'm going for a double dip. I'm going to go for 2 guys that I believe in that both can benefit off each other based on moving the football and being able to get fantasy points. Oh, I bet. Well, especially if it's unusual, A lot of people in Seattle and here in Oregon, we say, hey, nice jersey, or hey, nice shirt. You're going to get the fans, Duck fans, Beaver fans, Blazer fans, Mariner fans. People comment. It might be more rampant, in other places, but yeah, definitely. You know what? We all were. But it's not just Geno. It's the offensive line that we were wrong about more than Geno. Geno had some skill. Now we're just seeing that, wow, he actually has Pro Bowl skill when he has like 2 good receivers to throw to and the line that's protecting him. Like, we never saw this out of him before, but he's never had this much time in the pocket clean, right? And he's never had DK Metcalf and Tyler get to the door and lock it. So yes, we were wrong about Geno, so wrong, me included. But you know what we were the most wrong about is that offensive line. We thought it would be just like the defense, bad. And it's actually one of the strong points of the team. And that's a beautiful thing, because if you already got two young guys at tackle, that's two guys you don't have to draft now. Now you can look at the guards in the center and update those and improve those. And then you'll have 5 good offensive linemen, and then watch out. You know what I'm saying? Offensive line, and obviously you're going to need defense, a pass rusher, 1 or 2 of those, a couple guys to stop the run, some nose tackle, D tackles. You're going to need at least one linebacker that's got some kind of Bobby Wagner-ish kind of skill. And Jamal Adams keeps getting hurt, so you need to get another Richard Sherman at corner, and then get like an Earl Thomas III type of player. And if you can get those, that'll be good building blocks. Wow, they just threw Will Myers out at home. 4-3 Padres. You know what I'm saying? But that's me being like a defensive guy, right? Offensive line, defensive line, and coaching. So most people are going to see it Geno. It's obvious, right? But we have to dig deeper. Why is Geno being so successful? Oh, shit. The offensive line. Okay, who's out there? Oh, rookies. Oh, Charles Cross. And then we got the other rookie on the other side. Oh, and they're not giving up sacks. They're actually winning at the line of scrimmage. He's having time to run, throw, make good decisions. And he's got 2 like Pro Bowl-ish wide receivers to throw to. It's a perfect storm. We just need to get Carroll's defensive prowess on that defense, and they could be winning. If they actually had a defense, half of the games they lost, they would have won. As if they had half of a defense of what they have now. If they were bad to average, they would have won 2 of those games that they lost at least. So, but it's the offensive line, and I think that's the number one. That and the OC. Those were the 2 things we were wrong about the most. But the obvious, it's Geno, but Geno's probably number 3. O-line number 1, OC number 2, Geno number 3. He had the skill all along. I mean, when he was in college, he had 1 year that he looked like he could be the first pick in the draft at West Virginia. I watched him in college, and then he went back to school, and it was never the same. Sometimes guys have that magical year, and they either go to the NFL or you go back for another year. And then unfortunately, sometimes your stock lowers because you have a shitty year after your freshman or sophomore year, and then you don't get drafted as high. And maybe it fucks with your confidence and stuff. But Seahawks stuff kind of looks good on the screen, huh? Not bad. See, and that's what it is with me. I'm not biased. So when new things happen, it's cool to showcase that stuff on the screen. Wow, Bellinger with a catch. But it's nice to see that we were wrong, because not only are you happy, I might keep Geno the rest of the year. And guess what? I think I am. I think I'm going to keep him. And now I can flip-flop between Herbert and Geno. And if you would have told me in fantasy football that Geno Smith would have an impact of me winning a championship, I would say you are fucking crazy. But here we are. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, this weekend you guys are going to win. I wouldn't be starting Geno and Jason Myers and picking them up if I didn't think you guys were going to win. And I guess if you guys lose, it'll be really close. But I think you guys can win, and I think Geno and Myers are going to have good stats. I just at home, I think the fans are starting to realize, we are making a difference. And it shows you, if you have a powerful crowd, sometimes you can make a bad team into a good team too, or a slightly better team, especially when you have real passionate fans. Saints fans, Seahawk fans, Chief fans. Those are the 3 that are the loudest in the NFL. I'll give you some info, Matt. He's at Matt with the sports. Receivers that could be on the trade blog, DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson, wide receiver from Carolina. Back to you, O. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. Yeah, there'll be quite a few. We'll see what happens, if it actually happens or not, though. Brandon Cooks, wide receiver from the Houston Texans. Back to you, O. Kenny Galladay. Look at Matt. Matt's putting in the effort. See? Screen by screen, so it's not too much clutter in one message. There you go, my brother. You're starting to learn. You're starting to learn the NWSF ways. I think once you start paying attention to Sarah and the other people and how they do things, like the people that do stats for me and they do stuff, that's what we want to see, man. So you're learning on your own and no one even told you. You've always had that in you, You already have that football love from Pop Warner to high school, and obviously, if you can't play football in college or NFL, there's nothing wrong with that. It's 0.0001 get to do usually college or even NFL. It's very rare, but you can still be involved in the NFL, and obviously sports and things of that nature, football. Let's go. Trading block. Lots of people. DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, Brandon Cooks, Kenny Galladay, Denzel Mims. I'll have to get photos of those guys. Jacoby. Jacoby ain't going to be on the trade block, blow. I got him in fantasy, dude. I got him in fantasy, and the guy can get 8 to 15 targets in a game, and he's the number one receiver for even a very run-heavy Patriots. But if he's the main guy, he can put up 10 to 30 for me. So I might be starting Jacoby Myers over Godwin with Justin Jefferson like the rest of the year. Like Jacoby Myers might be my, wide receiver too with Jefferson. And if he starts getting 18 to 24 on top of what I get with Jefferson, I might be able to do really some serious damage. So, yeah, but I don't think they're going to let him go. He's the rest of the wide receiving. I read a lot, so I know, and I have this player. So I read a lot on fantasy and just in general. But he's the number one option. A lot of the other wide receivers are hurt. This guy is like the most reliable guy on the fucking team. So, yeah. If someone got that kind of guy, that could be like huge. Like Jacoby could be huge for like Packers, but I don't see, Bill is not going to let this go. He already lost Josh McDaniels. He is not losing his best receiver. He doesn't know how to draft wide receiver, like at all. Jacoby Myers, sleeper. Had 2 games, like 10 and like 18, and then injured for 2 games with a knee, came back and then hit like 24. When a guy can do 10, 18, and 24 at wide receiver, and you're a low name like Jacoby Myers, that's the type of shit that helps you win fantasy championships. Like if Jacoby Myers ends up being like impactful like a Tyreek Hill, where I'm getting these big numbers. If Tyreek isn't injured, he's got the boot, like you can win picking up a guy on the wire. And like a Cordarrelle Patterson last year, there's just certain impact guys. Sometimes if you can grab them on the wire, it could help you win a championship. And this is one of them. Hunter Renfrow. I don't see them getting Renfro's too good, bro. They're not going to let Renfrow go. He's like the best slot receiver in the NFL, bro. They're not letting him go no matter what. You pay him whatever. Darren Waller, right? Him, Devontae, boom. And you're going to make sure you're going to bring Josh Jacobs back now. You refused his 5th year, and look what he's doing. I got the top 3 running backs in yards in fantasy. I got Saquon, Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs at the flex. And then Jacobs has a bye, boom. Insert Jeff Wilson. And I couldn't see Lockett going either. Too good. Way too good of a player. You're not going to be able to replace a Lockett. Michael Thomas. Well, his stock is not very high anymore. We know that he can still do some things, but he's not going to be ever the same player as he was with Drew that one year. At least we haven't seen it yet. And now Jameis is hurt. So maybe Michael Thomas does need to go to another team. But if they trade him, they're going to get potato chips for him. They're not going to get anything towards equal value. It'll be like 6th rounder. And what happens if Michael Thomas goes like the Packers and turns into Devontae Adams 2.0? Like, what I'm saying? That could be a rebirth in a career if Aaron is there. He could make Michael Thomas a name again. But if he doesn't go to a guy like that, what's going to happen with Michael Thomas, Michael Thomas healthy, shit, I'd take him on Tampa. I know he fights with the Tampa players all the time, like Lattimore, but when he's healthy, he's really good, but that's a problem. He's usually not healthy. That's a problem. Yeah, but it'll get better though, because we've seen what it looks like when it's good with, Legion of Boom, Bobby Wagner, guys up front like Frank Clark, back in the day that you had, and Bennett. You've got some pass rushers that have been, pretty good. You know what I'm saying? You just, and having Earl and Sherman and Brandon Browner, Cam Chancellor, Wagner's a Hall of Famer. You got quite a few Hall of Fame players. And if Jamal Adams didn't get injured, maybe he could have been what they paid him to be, but he's just been injured. You'll get there, especially if these 2 tackles work out for you, because if that's the case, that's 2 spots you don't have to worry about unless you're drafting depth in a few years. Now you can focus on guards and centers, and then obviously the defense as a whole. Oh, yeah. Well, also that Hackett isn't the right coach. I do think Russ, if he can run, he will improve in his stats. But if he's not mobile anymore, then you're going to get what you're going to get with a little bit better throwing and running in the future once you get the players healthy, Javonte Williams and the defensive players, Darby, and they just had a lot of injuries, and Hackett has to be fired after this first year. I would not keep Hackett after 1 year. Everything that he's done to me has shown that Russ had potential to be a top 14 team, top 12, top 14 in the NFL with the Broncos, and they are one of the worst in the NFL based off your coaching decisions and then injuries now. But if I was going to give an F grade to a coach, it would be Nathaniel Hackett. I would fire him after this year. And I know that's a kind of a ballsy thing to do, but if you want to get the most out of Russ, you got to get the right guy and hope to have the right pieces there for Denver fans to succeed. But at this point, if Russell Wilson was getting this kind of time that Geno's getting, Russ wouldn't be playing as bad as he is in Denver because he'd be throwing to DK and Lockett, and he'd have more time than he's ever had. So imagine Russ being in Seattle still, he would be able to rake. His stats could be a little bit lower than Geno, same as Geno, and maybe some games even higher than Geno if he's in Seattle and Seattle's playing like this and Russ is there, unless Russ has injuries, which he does. I knew he was injured. Either the thumb, shoulder, and maybe they were hiding that injury, and that's why he was doing so shitty. It's not that he's shitty anymore. It's not like he's old. It's injured, and sometimes people take injury as being old, and they don't got it no more. Oh, Kraken. All right, we got Brian. What do we got here? Brian Schaefer. I got Mahomes, Mixon, Barkley, A.J. Brown, Lockett, Higbee, Gabe Davis, Justin Tucker, Ramsey. Have Lazard, Reynolds, and Jamal. Yeah, solid team because Mahomes is always going to be at the top, top 4 in fantasy, but usually he can be in the top 2. He will have off games, but it's Mahomes. Mixon, great player. Barkley, I have him too. I know what's going on. Top 3 running back in the league, sometimes number 1. A.J. Brown, awesome. Lockett, underrated. Love him too. Higbee getting a shitload of targets. The only people who are getting more, or on the same level of production, Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce, and it's Higbee because he's getting like 8 to 12 targets. That's insane for a tight end. So Allen Robinson, sorry, bud. Higbee, you're welcome. Gabe Davis, amazing. The best number 2 wide receiver in fantasy stats is Gabe Davis. Awesome. Tucker, the best kicker in the game. Rams D. And even though they're struggling offensively, Rams D is still typically in the top 5. So, they might drop down from, 7 and then go up to 4 and then 3 and then 1. But there's other defenses right now like the Bills, right? And obviously the Cowboys that have good spots up there. Yeah. And then Lazard is consistently getting points, even though he doesn't get as many targets. Josh Reynolds, sleeper. And then Jamal Williams, sleeper. So, yeah, that is a pretty solid team. If I was looking at that team, I would assume that you've lost 1 game. You're probably like 4-1 or 5-0, but I don't know who else is in your league and if they're good or not, but that looks like a 4-1, 5-0 team, something like that. But you could be 3-2 if you play good competition, even with that team. But that looks like a very solid team, man. Yeah, solid A right there. Because, the weakest piece that you mentioned on it is maybe Rams D. And if Rams D is your weakest spot or Lockett, that's pretty fucking good. Considering all the other pieces are just money. You're going to get points, or you're going to get targets, or looks, right? Because that's what you want in fantasy. You want opportunities to run the fucking football and get targets. So Higbee might not be a number 3 tight end in the league, but if the motherfucker is getting 12 fucking looks every game and gets 9 catches, right? He might get 50 to 100 yards, add a tutty to that, and all of a sudden Higbee goes from getting 8 points to 28. And you can win your fantasy week with a Higbee. And I'm not an idiot. Brian isn't either. And that's a solid pick. And I know Brute picked him up. And sometimes you got to make tough decisions on players. I'm always shifting. You know what I mean? I don't hang on to 2 guys too long. I make sure I keep improving. And sometimes by improving, you let a really solid piece like Higbee go to address an injury. So, but solid. Brute Satan agrees as well. Yeah. Well, you guys have you have Norb Cam. Norb Cam does Seahawk stuff. He's the Seahawk guy. Then you got your Hawks Nest. I'll do some Seahawks stuff on here, but it's not going to be just all Seahawks. I do everybody. And I think that's why people like it, because I'll give you love and props. We can criticize, but we can also give love, and we can give, good constructive criticism, but we're not going to beat around the bush and say crazy things like in the past where we'd say Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. And then you're just like, Skip Bayless, come on. But now, the Cowboys defense is so good. If they can get anything out of that offense, like they might be able to do something. Micah Parsons is the best player in the NFL right now on defense, it looks like. So if he wins Defensive Player of the Year and the defense keeps shutting down everybody and they win against the Eagles in Philly after beating the Rams in LA, the Cowboys could make the playoffs and they could get to the NFC Championship game possibly. I mean, we know the coaching is bad for McCarthy, and we know the play calling from Kellen Moore was dumb with that draw with 15 seconds left against the Niners at home with no timeouts. Dumb, right? But this defense is so fucking good. With like the Bills is really good, the Niners is really good, right? But then you see this team and you're like, wow, this defense is fucking solid. And sometimes you can ride those. And you can get like, man, it's crazy to think like what you can get, from a defense. Because sometimes kicker and defense, like in fantasy, you're trying to get 10 points, right? But then if your defense gets you 22, you're like, fuck, pick 6 or something. Like that can catapult you to a win. So you really want to look out, and they have a good special teams. And a crazy thing is I picked up Dallas on the wire early, probably like week 1, because I had potential there. And I had the Buffalo Bills. So, sometimes you get those gems, and I can ride that back and forth Bills, Cowboys. Not many people are going to have that comfort level to have 2 of the top 3 defenses every week. I can, that helps you win championships right there. Because sometimes when you have a good defense and then it's like a tough matchup, but like you have a good defense, you're like the Rams. You're not going to stream it for like the Bengals D, or will you? Sometimes people will. They'll pick up Bengals D versus like Colts or Saints this weekend, and then they get like 12 points. And then you stick with the Rams D and it gives you like 5. And you're like, shit, maybe I should have. But that's a part of fantasy. It gets tough, It's decision making for sure. But yeah, very solid team, man. And I'll read my team off here to you in a second. No, it shouldn't be. And you got Carr. There you go. Okay. And the thing is he's underwhelmed, but once Waller comes back, stats should go up tremendously. O-line still is not the greatest, but if Josh Jacobs keeps playing like he is, that's going to open it up for everybody. Devontae will get his, but it will really benefit Renfro and Carr, kind of getting on that same page and having the whole offense click, not just one guy. It can go Jacobs and Devontae, and then you get Renfro and Carr, everyone else, Waller synced up, and offensive line needs to be improved. And yeah, Carr's a backup's pretty solid. That's like one of the top choices as, I need a backup quarterback. Who's available? And it's like Kirk Cousins, and you're looking at guys. Oh, Carr, okay.
We are so sorry. We hope you'll have us over again.
Kenny State Trill, Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, full PPR. Who are they playing? So I take in a lot of factors there because I got to be able to see. So I believe that they're playing each other, right? They're playing each other. Is it the Bengals are playing? So AK is coming off an injury, right? So he's not 100%, but they have injuries everywhere. Taysom Hill took over and got a huge game at tight end for throwing and running. And obviously the offensive line for the Bengals hasn't really been very good. What are the point totals in your league for Mixon and Kamara the last 3 games? I need to see that information. So if you show me that, I can't give you just I look at it. I need to go deeper. I'm a stat guy, an analytical guy. If I'm going to give you an answer, I'm going to give you an educated one. But AK-41 at home, if healthy, would probably be the answer. But Mixon gets a lot of touches. You know what I mean? And so he's a bell cow, and he's been probably more consistent than Kamara this year, Joe Mixon. I don't have either one in fantasy, so I don't know every single point total. I don't go spy on my opposing players, on my opposing, teams on fantasy. I'm at nighttime and I'm just like looking up how much each guy got. Sometimes I will, you know what I mean? But it's not necessarily like a random person. Maybe I'll see what I'm playing against. All right, what did they get? What are they projected for? What have they got in the last 2 weeks? Am I fucked? Am I in trouble? Or am I, maybe I'll be able to beat them in that matchup? So, I mean, if I'm just looking at the names, I would probably go Joe Mixon. But like I said, the game is on the road. Bengal O-line hasn't been good. So you're just going to be benefiting on hopefully 15 to 18 carries and him getting, 60 to 100 with a tutty. And then AK has the ability to get, 60 to 110, 120, a tutty or 2 or 3. But, I got to look at more stats to give you a correct answer. But that's a great question. And I'm like I said, I'll read my team off to you. And if you want credibility, I drafted Justin Jefferson, number 2 overall. So here, I'll go over my team here real quick. Okay. So this will give me credibility for not finishing anything lower than 3rd ever. And think about how much dedication that is. How much reading, how much film, how many button clicks on all those fucking players in fantasy to actually read their bio and look at their stats. That's time consuming. If you want to be good, you got to put in that grind. All right. But me and Sarah are going at it. 5-0 versus 5-0. She's like the female version of O-Dog. All right. Very intelligent. Okay. So here's my team. And I'll just read it off and then I'll kind of go over it. So here's the team. Okay. 5-0 in fantasy. Never finished lower than 3rd. Justin Herbert. Obviously that's top 7. Nick Chubb, top 3. Saquon Barkley, top 3. Justin Jefferson, top 4. Godwin, coming off an injury, so he'll be working his way up. Mark Andrews, top 2. Jeff Wilson, top 20. Cowboys D, top 3. And then I picked up Myers, who I think is ranked 11th or 12th. So that's just for this particular game. On my bench, and I'm going to swap, but I got Josh Jacobs on a bye, who's put up back-to-back 30s. He's the 3rd best running back based off, yards, but overall, he's a top 4 in fantasy. Okay, Bills D, number 1. DeAndre Hopkins, sleeper. I stashed in the draft. Koo for my main kicker, but he's playing San Francisco, so I benched him. And I picked up Myers, so Myers and Geno can go together. Okay, Curtis Samuel, sleeper. Everyone thought it was going to be Scary Terry McLaurin, but I knew your boy, Curtis Samuel, was going to be the guy getting touches with the running game and in the passing game. Not so much the last 2 games in the running game. They should get back to that, and they should bench Carson Wentz and put in Heineke for Meineke, and then Samuel's stats will go through the roof. But that's another sleeper that I picked up on the wire like week 1 or week 2. Geno Smith, picked him up 2 weeks ago. Jacoby Myers, sleeper. And then I got Elijah Mitchell. So, it doesn't matter if it's Elijah Mitchell or, Jeff Wilson. But my normal lineup would have been Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, and then Koo or Cowboys D. So, and then if you look at the bench, so Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jeff Wilson Jr., Cowboys D, Jason Myers, and then Josh Jacobs, Bills D, DeAndre Hopkins, Koo, Curtis Samuel, Geno Smith, and then Jacoby Myers, Elijah Mitchell on IR. So if I swap it and we make the proper adjustments, this is where I might go, just to kind of give you where my brain is going. So even though, Herbert is available, I am going to go Geno Smith, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, probably Jacoby Myers, Mark Andrews, Jeff Wilson Jr., Cowboys D, and then Jason Myers. So I'm going to the double dip. I'm going Geno Smith having a good game and Jason Myers getting 7 to 12, give me some stats against Arizona. And then on the bench, Herbert, Josh Jacobs with a bye, Chris Godwin, Bills D, DeAndre Hopkins suspended, Koo, Curtis Samuel, Elijah Mitchell on IR. I mean, if you see the depth there, I mean, I don't like in my starting lineup, I'm not going to have anyone lower than like rank 7. It's going to be like everyone's a 7 or better, but I'm trying to get as many number 1 or number 2 players on my team. And if you can get number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 ranked, and you have like a shitload of them, like if half of your starting lineup is ranked in the top 4, you're probably mashing in fantasy. But again, I picked, Chubb, in the 2nd round, and there was like 6 other guys ahead of him, but I looked at the stats, and Chubb has averaged 8 touchdowns for the last 4 years. That's consistency. It might not be 16 or 20, but after a guy has a big year, sometimes he goes down to a year of like, 16, and then it goes down to like, 7 or something of that nature. Maybe he gets hurt, right? But if you get 8, that's like, okay, I know I'm going to score, and the games that he doesn't get a touchdown, he's probably getting 100 yards. So it's like you're getting points almost the whole season. And, a lot of people are like, oh, Eckler or, Derrick Henry. And, yeah, there's going to be guys, Jonathan Taylor. But I'm always looking for those sleeper guys. And, the guys that I think that either I looked up stat-wise, Nick Chubb, that was one. And then, obviously, after that, Saquon was still sitting there in the 5th. And I was like, okay, Saquon gets hurt, yes. But does he get hurt as much as George Kittle, right, in Run CMC? And the answer is no, right? He's been banged up a little bit, but the injuries haven't been as bad as far as like maybe he could bounce back. I don't know if George Kittle will ever be back to what he was. Run CMC, will he ever be as good as he was a few years ago? We know Saquon can, and he proved it this year. So when he was still sitting there, everyone is like, no, CMC, boo, Kittle, boo, right? Saquon, injury prone, no. I was like, fuck it. I believe in him. I went to the Giants website. I did some reading. I watched their preseason. I watched him work out on like Instagram, and then I was like, fuck it, let's go for roll the dice. And now he's top 3 in the NFL with Nick Chubb and Josh Jacobs. And I got Jacobs as my flex, I think, in like the 6th round. And I always pick guys that are going to get a lot of looks and the guys that are underappreciated. So I feel like Nick Chubb might be the best running back in the NFL every year, but the other guys have bigger stats. But if you're just looking for consistency, running style, reliability, Nick Chubb is just as good as Jonathan Taylor or Derrick Henry, in my opinion, and sometimes more reliable. And, even though he's splitting carries with Kareem Hunt, I look for guys like that. And it's just nice to see Saquon be healthy. Will he do it for, the whole season? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I was not expecting this to get hurt. If this was going to get hurt, I would have picked Mahomes because I gave that to Holly. It was either Mahomes after, Sarah went Allen. I was forced to go quarterback in the 4th round. And sometimes you do that. If you wait and get another running back or wide receiver, karma will make that guy get hurt, and you passed on Patrick Mahomes or, a good quarterback at the top. So, and I was like, I never had Herbert before. I've had Mahomes. I was like, fuck it, let's go for the Oregon Duck. And just unfortunate he got hurt, but I got a blessing there, And I'm going to start Geno, and it's crazy, though, but I'm not even bullshitting. Wouldn't it be wild if I go undefeated in fantasy or lose, like, very minimal games? And hopefully I win a championship, but if I don't, I don't. But it wouldn't it be crazy that if I bench Herbert the rest of the year and just go Geno Smith and I just go undefeated and win the whole thing with Geno Smith? I mean, that might be a first in fantasy football history, that you're good enough of a team to win a fantasy football championship with Geno Smith. And I got Jason Myers, too, for this game. So if he does well, I might keep him and, have him and Koo go back and forth. So, yeah, but both guys should get over 10 points. Both guys should, you would assume, get to 10 to 15, 12 to 13 would be kind of like what you would assume. But one guy might get 20 because he might go for 120 and a tutty. I don't, defenses should be good, but they've both been suspect at times this season. So. Well, we already had to boot him twice. I imagine he'll make another account. People love this channel. When they get booted from this channel and then they realize that they just were an idiot or they fucked up or were rude, and then they'll try to go to so many means to come back, a lot of them, which is a cool feeling, but it kind of gets like, man, if you just were being just chill, like we wouldn't have to do this. All the plays. So that's what they start doing now in Pop Warner. So when even kids are like 5 years old, they have a wristband and then it has Velcro and you can lift it up and it's got all the plays. So that way the communication is just like number 1, number 7, number 12. And they don't have to say, spider 2Y banana on 2, ready, break. They can just go, okay, number 7, and he can yell it in the huddle, technology. A lot of time, at some point, they won't even need that. They'll have like a little sensor inside the visor, and then, they'll be able to communicate that way. When we get the visor technology, when they'll have stuff that you can see like stats and wind, and you can communicate with the coach with the visor. That'll be dope. Those are plays. Oh, I know all the questions, bro. That's the position you played. Benjamin Radoslovich in the building. Benjamin. Said, should I trade Breece Hall for Christian Kirk and Ramondre Stevenson? No, because Breece Hall has gotten really, really hot, right? And I tried getting him in the wire, and he's the same thing as like a Josh Jacobs or a Jeff Wilson. You know, it's guys that you didn't really know if they would break out. Christian Kirk is going to put up stats, but every once in a while he's going to get goose egg because Trevor Lawrence is going to be inconsistent. Now, Stevenson is a 2-for-1 because that's why they threw him in. And he's been on the uptick, and his stats are going to be good. But for one good running back with Ramondre and then a Kirk that normally can be a top 12, top 15 in fantasy if he's the number one option to Trevor Lawrence. But Breece Hall gives you, like, instead of maybe getting 10 points from the running back, Breece Hall can give you 15 to 35. And he's already proven at least once this year, if you give him a chance with Zach Wilson and those weapons, the Jets offense is coming together. So if this is me, that's a fucking no. Kirk and Stevenson is not good value. You know, you would have to get Ramondre Stevenson and someone better than Christian Kirk to do that deal. And even then I might not do it. So as long as he can stay healthy, Hall seems like he could be a sleeper flex to help you win a championship, depending on how good your first two are. Like, I got Saquon Barkley and Nick Chubb. And then if I had Breece Hall as my flex, I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'm going to beat everyone's ass on flex, except if they have Gabe Davis there. You know, that's going to be an equal value, or a Mike Williams at the flex. You know, someone I know that's going to get high volume and maybe put up 10 to 30. You know, because that's what you're trying to do, right? You're not just trying to put up fucking 10 at the flex. You're trying to be like, fuck you, boom, 35, 30. And when another team sees you put up a 30 at the flex, they have that big gulp and they're like, fuck. And they're like, I lost. You know, they just look at their team and, and especially if you can get 3 guys to 30 or close to that, you always want to go for those high goals. 3 guys out of 9 trying to get to 30, which is like almost impossible, but sometimes you can like make it happen if you draft correctly. You can just get the right guys that get on. But yeah, Breece Hall keep, Christian Kirk, Stevenson, no. If so that trade gets this grade right here. So if a trade is good, then we got ball in right here, right? That's going to be if a trade is good in fantasy, the ball in right there. Okay. But if the trade is no good, right, then this is what happens. And that's what happens in that trade right there. Okay. The bots are coming. We have to get rid of them. We have to get rid of the bots. But I like these questions coming from people that are regulars that never talk or that just found me. And I can do a fantasy football show. Like I said, there's people that pay $5 to $10 a week just to be like, okay, what can you set my lineup? Is there anything on the wire? Because they know if it's a money league and they can win like $1,000, having another person look at their lineup or help them on the wire is worth $10 or $5, especially if you're very competitive at fantasy. Some people play for fun, but some people win $1,000 to $1,500 for the grand prize. That's a lot of fucking money and a lot of respect. People look up to people that win fantasy. It's like, I don't know how to, it's like almost like celebrity status. Like, it's really hard to win at fantasy. It really is. I mean, even the last 3 years for me, I haven't won. You know what I mean? I've had injuries or bad play in the championship or the third place game, but I've finished in second and third every year. The last 3 years, it just injuries is fucking, I couldn't get past them. But this year is the first year I've gone 5-0 in quite some time. And, this could be the year for me. So that trade gets this. The big Hulk Hogan boot. Sorry, Christian Kirk or Ramondre Stevenson, not today. But Kirk and Ramondre Stevenson could both put up like 40 combined. I get that. But I just think as far as value is concerned, what do you value more? If you were going to collect a card of any of these 3, whose rookie card would you buy that had the autograph on it? Breece Hall, from what you've seen so far, Christian Kirk, or Stevenson? And the answer is clear. It's Breece Hall. That's the one that's going to be worth $200. That's the one that's going to be like, oh, this guy could be a Le'Veon Bell kind of, you know what I mean? So, sometimes you got to be able to notice that talent early on. And if you recognize that you have that special Cordarrelle Patterson of last year, maybe a Breece Hall, you could use that all the way to the championship, because a Breece Hall at flex, if he can keep it competitive, could be as consistent as Josh Jacobs is for me. And if I got Jacobs putting up 30 at my flex, I mean, I good night. I'm not going to get 30 every week, but he is the most underappreciated running back in the NFL, Josh Jacobs. And they didn't even pick up his 5th option. And now he's like, all right, fuck you then. I'll show you how good I am. And there should be no doubt that they do not let him go. And if he goes, I hope he goes to Tampa, because I would love to have Josh Jacobs in Tampa. That would be awesome. So the trade gets up, boof, big boot. See, look at that. Your boy knows. 4-1. Yep. I knew it because I can just tell by looking at the team, as long as you didn't play the exact version of you on the other side each week, or someone slightly lower than you or slightly better than you, then yeah, that team is solid. Bad luck, 3-2. What you should be, 4-1. Everything went your way, no injuries. Every lineup was pure, and you left nothing on the bench point wise. 5-0 with that team. That's how good. But yeah, 4-1. Just looking at it, that's what it looks like. So it's a good team. Yeah, so they do it based off yards, receptions, touchdowns, field goals, extra points. So any way that they get points is what they do, like offensively and defensively, stat wise. So any cool stats that happen, an interception, that's points. They don't, some people do it with like defensive players, but I don't do it with that. That just gets too complicated. That's going too deep. I don't want it to take the joy out of it for me. So. Brian Robinson, what an amazing story. Got fucking robbed on the Washington Commandos, got fucking shot, almost got killed, came back. It's going to be a work in progress because what we saw in preseason, he looked like he could be a potential, rotational guy. Oh, Dodgers, go. I just got interrupted by a big Dodger hit and a big dive from the Padres. Mookie fucking Betts. But I hope that he can stay healthy. And what an amazing story of triumph, of him coming back and feeling good about himself, and obviously being fucking alive and not being underground. Thank God that he didn't get killed. And some people are going to rob people, and you got to be careful if you're wearing jewelry, or if you're out late at night, or if he was a target, or maybe they knew who he was, maybe they didn't. But I'm rooting for him, even though I'm not a Washington Redskin football team commander myself. But anyone that can survive death and come back, I hope he works himself to be a starter or RB2, rotational guy. I know he probably won't be the starter. There's a lot of competition there, but if he could just make a name for himself to be like, hey, this guy can do some damage and maybe he's our RB2, I think that would be awesome. And maybe if other guys get hurt and he gets catapulted in RB1, maybe he gets one game to like prove himself, and maybe he gets 100 yards and maybe he runs with it. You just never know when moments like that for guys. I mean, is this guy going to turn into the next big running back? No, but you can always root for a guy to have a great story. That's facts. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get it. I mean, this fantasy advice that I give out is worth money. I mean, you got to think I've gotten money. I've gotten Oregon Duck merch. I've drafted teams for people secretly because they gave me their password, because they knew if I draft their team, I'm going to give them a 50% chance better than whatever they did to be able to get them a winner. And then, do I help people on the wire? And, I don't try to be a ringer and stuff. I don't do it anymore. But there was times where I would help people win fantasy championships, and it was not done by just one person. They either had me controlling the account, or I drafted their team, and or we talked about it and we worked on it together. You got to have a consultant, right? And if $1,000 is on the line, 500, 800, I mean, you can go to any website, and you can read and go that route. But I mean, fantasy football, there's millions of people that play, and there's a very small amount that are good at it. And sometimes you can have a really good team and they get injured, and then you just lose your championship right in front of you. So, yeah, once you learn the basics, it's the coolest thing ever. That's why it's so addictive, fantasy football. It really shows your knowledge. Yeah. Right. And isn't it crazy? I got Chubb, Barkley, and Jacobs. I got like 1, 2, and 3, or like 2, 3, and 4. I mean, and, everything had to work out correctly, and I picked Jefferson. So I tried to cover my bases, and it just is nice when it works out to being guys I like and guys I root for. I don't usually pick guys I don't like. You know what I mean? I usually try to grab them. I mean, when guys are on the wire, that kind of goes out at the door, but, because you're getting talent. But I draft guys that are like kind of my guys, Would you trade Lenny and Hill for CMC and CD? Fuck no, because Lenny is always going to get touches, and that's not me just being a Buccaneer guy. You can have Rashad White get a few looks on the goal line, but Lenny is going to be the bell cow with Brady, him being older. He'll still go to Mike Evans and Godwin. That's fine. But Lenny has been, top 10, sometimes top 5 running back. And Tyreek, yeah, he's got the boot, but he should be able to come back healthy. CMC can put up Tyreek numbers, but he gets hurt a lot, and CD is unreliable, and he's going to be hurt on and off. So definitely, if you have Lenny and Tyreek, keep them. If you have CMC and CD, do that trade, because whoever has Lenny and Hill wins in that trade. Because even though CMC and CD could score, let's say 50 combined, yeah, it could happen. But what are the chances it happens in the same week? And what are the chances it happens the rest of the year? Do we really believe CMC and CD are going to stay healthy like the rest of the year? Probably CD more than CMC, right? But when CMC's healthy, yeah, 20, 30, 40. But when he's not, 8 or 4 or 1, or he gets hurt, none, right? So I'm going to go for Lenny and Hill because that's consistency. And Tyreek, even though he might not be the best wide receiver in the game anymore, or number 2 to Devontae, he still could be a top 5 wide receiver in fantasy, like Devontae. Yeah, there's Cooper Kupp. Yeah, there's Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, if they have an offensive line someday, figure that out. But I'm always looking for opportunities. How many carries is Lenny getting? And not only how many carries is he getting, how many carries is he getting against the greats in fantasy? Compare what is Lenny doing compared to the guys that are ranked higher than him, right? And then that makes you decide, do I keep this guy? Or, is he actually producing? Is he consistent? Is he a number 1? What's his role in the offense? Does he have competition? Do they use him as the bell cow? Right? And Tyreek is a guy that is unreplaceable, really. You know what I mean? He does things that no one else can do on the football field, but he got hurt and he's got the boot. But for me, on long term, Lenny and Hill can help you win a championship. CM and CD can lose you one. See, like that information right there, for fantasy football. I mean, I could do a fantasy football show and really educate a lot of people. Like, if you're good at fantasy, I can make you elite. I can give you my secrets that I do that, will help you, draft position, how you draft, what you draft, when you draft, right? How you work the wire, what to look for, what you need to read. There's things that can make you from a good fantasy football player to being the best in your league and one of the best in the world. It's a very competitive thing. So keep Lenny and Hill. So if you're going to tell that guy that offered CMC or CD, right, what's going to happen? Right here. CMC and CD, really? No. Stone Cold Stunner, boom, Jackson. So you negate the trade, you give him the stunner, you give him the Hogan boot, okay? Right there. And like I said, I'm doing this as if these are my guys. Like, if I have money on the line and my reputation's on the line, what do I see? Yes, I see benefit from CMC and CD, but who's consistent? Who's going to give me more long-term, more than likely? It's Lenny and Tyreek. No, because they make it so small, right? And when you're in like each play in football, if you ever hear them, it's like usually 8 words to like 20. So they're reading off Spider 2, Y Banana, and they have all these code names for, foods and animals and fruits and directions and slot and colors and shapes and sizes. They do all these weird names, and that's how they do plays. So, even if someone was going to read the play, there's no way in hell they know what the hell it means, because it's got 8 different words with jet and bananas and apples and, turbo, and you don't know what the fuck that is, so there's no time to be like, oh, hey, come over here, dude. Yeah, dude, number 6. Spider 2, Y Banana. Yeah. And then, you can't just there's not enough time to be able to decipher, plus a lot of the plays are underneath, right, inside the actual armband. So they have the Velcro, right? And then they lift it up, and then the main plays are in there, and they can cover it up. And they also got plays on the top that are exposed, but majority of the plays are underneath, hidden. Technology. Yeah, and if you got him early on with Damian Harris, they're a heavy run team. So if you get Patriot players, it's really tough to kind of gauge them. Sometimes you can hit, and sometimes the opposite play script happens with Belichick, and there's not really a guy or a system every week. It always changes. So for fantasy, that's a nightmare unless you're really smart and you can follow the tendencies. It's not like a consistent, oh, I'm just going to have Josh Jacobs play because I know he's going to get opportunities. Like with Stevenson and their rotation, you don't know who's going to get a majority. One guy might get 10, the other guy might get 10, but then the next week, one guy gets 17, the other guy gets 5. So, and if that guy that got 5 doesn't score, you're fucked. So, you guys know how that goes. Jake from State Farm. I got Chubb and Brees. That's fire. That's fire. I got Chubb and Saquon, and I got Josh Jacobs, and I got Jeff Wilson. J-Rob, Wilson. There we go. Elijah Mitchell. I got Elijah Mitchell as well. Who are they playing? What's the matchup like? What's the projected numbers? And give me full first and last name so I don't think it's someone that it's someone else. Give me exactly who we're talking about. What the if you're doing PPR and like I said, who they're playing against. And like what they've done the last couple games. I need information like that. I really break down my stuff like very thoroughly. I don't just look at a name and go, boom. I have to look at history. I have to look if it's at home or on the road. I got to see like if there's injuries. I got to see like who's getting target share. I got to see like if there's competition. I look at like 10 factors before I make a decision instead of just like, oh, I'm going with this guy. Or if you've got no other choice, But the solid running back core though. If I taught you for a year, you could get it right away. You're smart. You could totally be great at it. I taught Zini Panini to play for the first time, and I had her in a league with me and 8 other dudes that have been playing for years, and she got second in her first year. She won it like last year or the year before. And I got usually 8 dudes or 9, 1 girl, maybe 2, but usually it's just 1. And she beat everybody, even including me. And sometimes if you draft correctly or you help someone and you teach them the way, you teach them the NWSF way, it can lead you to championships in the future. Even against me. She had Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf when they were rookies because I told her, get rookie wide receivers. They're going to be money this year. And she, went and had those 2 on top of other good wide receivers. So she had like 7 good wide receivers. It was like insane. Like the whole team was stacked. But being able to have Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf in their rookie years in fantasy, and you're a first-time player, pretty big. Yeah, I mean, if you're already getting rid of Baker and the coach at some point, you got to keep your best asset. Big home run by the Padres. 5-3 Padres. Wow, they're battling. Jake Cronenworth. Oh, my. Oh, Jake Cronenworth. Yeah, and I'm sorry for the people that ask a question. Everyone else on Twitter or YouTube or Twitch or anyone that asks, I'm telling you right now, here, I'm going to go live here so you can see my face. If you ask a question in fantasy and they're able to answer it like immediately, they're not that good at fantasy. You have to be able to ask like multiple questions if you want to be able to get the correct answer. You just can't look at a guy with not knowing how many carries he had, how he's done the last 3 games, better at home or on the road, what the matchup is on defense, how good the defense is, how many opportunities, is there another RB2 that's stealing looks? Like these are questions that you need to know and answers that you need to get. And if they just give you an answer, hey, do I do this or this? And they say it immediately, they're not going to be as good as they say. These are the type of questions that you need to be asking yourself while playing fantasy on every pick, every move. You got to look at the details. The more details you know, the better you are at it, because you go deeper and you have to in fantasy. And if I taught you, you would instantly be able to be competitive right away. And it's just a method. And then you have to read. You already like to read like me. You just have to read more about other teams and players than the Seahawks. It's commitment. But it lets you understand the league more as a whole, comparing how good your players are to the others on other teams. Yeah, it's very fun. Very competitive. Yeah, see? And your team is good enough, and I wouldn't even say this, your team is good enough to win the championship, even over me and Sarah. You know what I mean? Because you have enough key pieces that if they stay healthy and they hit, they have a potential to hit 30 and 40 points. So if you got 3 or 4 guys that got potential to hit 30 or 40, and they all hit on the same playoff night, you can win over like a me or Sarah, even if we're undefeated, even if our teams are better overall, or if they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, all our teams are competitive, but you could win. I've done it before. You don't have to be the number 1 team or number 2. You could definitely be in the top 4 and win it. But usually if you're not ranked at least in the top 4, it's really hard unless you get injuries and you just really get hot at the end and just beat everyone's ass. But yeah. I mean, you're not that far behind me and Sarah. Sarah probably has the most heavy hitters. You know what I mean? I think I have the best depth overall. And you got the guys like Sarah that have the biggest potential to go off. Like you got guys that I do too. I got guys that can go 30 or 40, but you 2 teams, you guys have guys that could do like 3 that get 30. And if you guys get 3 guys with 30, that's 90. You probably won unless I matched you, or one of my guys got a 40, or I got a bunch of guys in the high 20s. 5-3 Padres. Yeah, but you're doing good, dude. Pollard for ETN. See, I would have to look at stats and, break down carries. ETN with James Robinson splitting, Pollard and Zeke. Pollard should be the starter, and Pollard's the better running back. But ETN, if he gets more opportunities, maybe his ceiling's higher, but I need to know what the target share is. Are they getting passes? How many running opportunities are they getting? What have they scored in the last 3 games each? And who are they playing this weekend? I need all that information. I can't give you an educated, who do I like better? Pollard, but who's going to maybe get more points? Possibly ETN. So that's why I need to look at because Pollard's not starting. ETN might. Or if, I would assume James Robinson, he's kind of shown that he could be the guy if they want to do ETN and make Trevor happy. But it seems like, right now Zeke and Robinson are the dudes, and then Pollard and ETN are like the backups, and they could still score and get you 10 to 20 points, but you're really banking on, they got to get at least 10 opportunities. And if they don't get 10, they're fucked. And if they do get 10, they have to get like 90 yards. And then you're praying that they score. And then you all of a sudden, instead of getting like 9 points, maybe you get 17 to 26. And then you're like, fuck yeah. But you're not going to really be playing either one of those unless you have injuries. I would need more information. Do you see where my brain goes? If you're going to get information out of me, I'm going to give you like information that's worth $10. Like not freebie shit that no one knows what they're talking about and they're just guessing. Oh, Pollard, ETN, And then if you learn these habits and things I say and write them down or remember them, then you see fantasy football on a whole nother level. Because if you want to win, you got to be able to do the most work. You got to read the most. You got to click on all the names. You got to do the research. You got to pay attention to the details, the little stuff, that maybe the average fantasy football player would overlook. Always improve the team on the wire. Always make moves. I'm almost at 60. I'm 5-0. And I never have a player on my team that I wouldn't consider starting any week that I get him. So if I grab someone like Jacoby Myers, I didn't grab him just to sit him on the bench. I will consider putting him over Godwin that has a matchup of Green ranked 32. 32 out of 32. That means that the Steelers are the worst at covering wide receivers. And I might put that on the bench for Jacoby Myers. And they're going against the Browns, and it might be Mac Jones or it might be, the backup. But he threw up like a 24 last week. So it's like 10, 18, hurt his knee for 2 weeks, 24. Zap, right? Or fucking Mac Jones, even it doesn't matter. Jacoby Myers is getting those looks. So if I can get wide receiver 1 numbers out of a sleeper like Jacoby Myers, and I pair that up with Justin Jefferson, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Geno Smith, Herbert, right? And I have Bills, Cowboys D, and I got Koo at kicker. Who's going to beat me? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to look at, finding those guys that can get you 18 to 24, where most guys are getting 10 to 13 from their wide receiver 2. But if you got Mike Williams, Gabe Davis, or, something special there at the flex, or the wide receiver 2, that can really make or break your team. If you got a wide receiver 2 that can put up more than 10 to 13, like Godwin's put up 13, but if you could put up, a 24 with Jacoby Myers, that could be the difference between you winning a championship or losing, or winning one week against the best team in the league because you made a ballsy decision to go Jacoby Myers over Godwin. Godwin's projected for like a point more, like 13.7, the best matchup you can have. But he might still end up with 13, or he could end up with 30, depending on, if Brady goes that way, or if he goes heavy to Mike Evans or the other players like Brady, right? Or maybe some Lenny, But when I look at guys that put up those consistency numbers, I also look at targets. So I'm looking, okay, how many targets is the lower name guy getting? Is the lower name guy putting up numbers like Jay Jetta, but he's just not Jay Jetta? So then I look, I'm like, okay, oh, fuck, 8 targets. Oh, shit, 13 targets. Oh, shit, 12. And then I see that, and then I see that they're going 8 for 9, 10 for 12, 13 for 14, something crazy, right? And maybe they scored in one of those games. And then they're like, oh, so if a guy can be the guy and it can be a lower name, those are the guys that help you win fantasy championships. Last year, Cordarrelle Patterson, a guy that came out of nowhere and started giving you points with the running game and the passing game, receiving. He was doing it all. And sometimes if you get a flex or a wide receiver too, or a running back, Cordarrelle could play everything, right? But you get a guy like that could be a sleeper that has the opportunity to get you 20 to 35 points. That's the difference. So you got to be able to try to find those gems, in the first 2 rounds of the first 2 weeks, in fantasy. So right when you go and the draft ends, the first 2 weeks, there's really good players that are still sitting there that can help you define your team as championship caliber by giving you that last cherry on top where you got a guy that can throw up 30 and you're like, fuck you, man. I got him and you didn't see him and I got him. I'm salt baying that fucking steak and I got that fucking Cordarrelle Patterson. I got that Breece Hall. I got that Josh Jacobs, that's what can catapult you. I'm giving you these secrets. I don't give these secrets away. And this will end up being a fantasy football show. I'll do a separate segment for just fantasy because once people understand that I actually start doing fantasy like on a regular basis, we'll have a lot of people in here. I'll help a lot of people win money. And like I said, it's like my predictions. I'm not going to be right all the time, but I feel like 90% of the time, if I do the research and the reading, I'm going to come to an educated, understanding. And I feel that I'm pretty spot on like most of the time. I would like 90%, like especially championship games. I don't get those wrong. It doesn't even matter what sport it is. The ESP comes through heavy. You're 4-1. Nice. I know we talked about it earlier. Third most in points in 1-4. And in reality, she should be 4-1 or 3-2 at the very least. Yep. Right. But if she ran into you, me, or Sarah, those could be losses. It's very true. It sucks when you score the most or up in the top, and then your record is like 0-5 or 1-4, but you're third out of 10 teams. Like, are you kidding me? I'm getting everyone's Super Bowl effort, natty effort every week. It could be the guy in 9th fucking place. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing. Right now, I'm not just saying in our league. I'm just saying like in your fantasy football league, you got that one guy doesn't really know football that much, or maybe knows a little, maybe more bandwagon fan, and all of a sudden they put up a 160, and they put up like 90 or like 110, and all of a sudden they just hit with like 4 of their guys, and then you end up beating like one of the best teams. That shit is crazy, man. Sometimes it's luck, but a lot of times it's deliberate, and if you got the right pieces and if you drafted correctly and you keep improving the team, so. Right. I hope he can stay healthy like Saquon. But it's just like, certain players, it's like, God, once you get a reputation of being that injury prone guy, like a Derrick Rose, you can still root for him, but it's just like almost inevitable. You're like, God, when's it coming? The injury's coming at some point, but I hope they do well. Yeah, let me go to your lineup. This is good information because I'm telling you, the information I give you, it will be worth at least $10 because you can go to any website, but they're not going to answer specifically and actually have your back. They can give you stardom situms, but it's very vague on NFL.com and other websites. Okay, so Lamar, sleeper. So if you drafted a quarterback late, right, and you landed on Lamar this year, you're probably top 3 in your league because Lamar has the ability to get you 20 to 45 points with his legs and his arm. So if you drafted Lamar or got him somehow, you're probably sitting in the top 3 and you are in the driver's seat. You probably have a team or two better than you, but you're right there. And solid move. Lenny, like I said, keep that. Pierce, he's just injured. Kupp, best receiver right now with the most targets, even though Stafford is struggling. But Jefferson, I think at some point is going to surpass him if Stafford keeps struggling, but we'll see where it goes. Hopefully it keeps the production up because even if Stafford sucks, who's he going to go to? Kupp all the time, right? Best friend, the best friend. So even if Stafford sucks ass, Kupp will be the one bright spot on the team. He will always get, 8 to 15 looks and always have a, 50 to 200 yards and score 1 to 4 times. Yeah. And then Hill, Hawkinson needs to step up. Godwin at flex. Nice. I have Godwin. Samuel on the bench. You have a team similar to me. I have some of those players. I have Godwin. I have Curtis Samuel. There you go. So Lamar, Lenny. Is Pierce even playing though, or is he hurt? Right. So you might have to sub that. I think he's hurt. And then Kupp, Hill might be hurt too. You might have to replace him. He's got a boot on his foot. Hawkinson, I would see who else you have at tight end if there's something on the wire or if you have a bench player that's better than that, and look at the matchup because you don't want to just rely on name Hawkinson. I need to see if that's a red matchup, a green matchup, home or away. What have you been doing the last 3 games? And if there's anyone on the wire that's better. 12-man PPR. I mean, the only thing the Pierce and the Hawkinson I would look at, and then, obviously Tyreek are starting, but if he's injured, obviously you have to make a swap. And then if you have to put in Curtis Samuel, you can do that. I mean, it's not the greatest matchup. It's a red matchup against the Bears, but Curtis Samuel's getting more looks than scary Terry McLaurin. Dotson got hurt. Everyone's hurt on their team. So Carson Wentz hopefully will get benched and you get, Heineke from Heineke. Once Heineke goes in, scary Terry's stats will do this. They'll go up, and everyone's stats will go up, and hopefully they use Curtis Samuel. They did the first couple weeks because he's an ultimate Cordarrelle Patterson where you can use him at running back and at getting receptions, and that's ultimate. When you can get a guy that can do both, so it's like you almost are stealing. You have a running back wide receiver, and it's not a running back or a wide receiver; it's a running back receiver. And you get more points. And a running back might get you 10 or 15, but a running back receiver might get you 22. Because he's getting a little bit of both, Those can help you win. Yeah. Well, also McCaffrey's brittle. I think that's a big part of it too. Once you've been injured and you're injured again, I know you're a Panther fan, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead or be mean. It's just that McCaffrey's body is like Brandon Roy or, certainly Derrick Rose. There's just certain bodies that break down and, they're really, really talented. Right, but they just can't, keep it on the field, and some bones and muscles are just genetically weaker. And then the injuries happen, and also your freaking natures. McCaffrey's one of the freaks. With all that moving and shimmying and shaking and juking. You know what I mean? And planting. I mean, you're gonna fucking have injuries. It's not like the guy runs like, oh, I'm a smooth pussy running back. He runs like he's gonna run the fuck you over and hit stick you, but also hit you with a juke where your ankles are fucking broken the rest of the game. You know what I'm saying? So, and no bots. This is not the time or the place. Bots love your boy. They love your boy. But yeah, once I started doing a fantasy football show, I was going to wait until next year to do it. But I feel that if I do strictly fantasy football questions, you need help with your lineup, donations are encouraged if you want to shoot your boy, because obviously my information usually is not free information. But if I can help people win championships, that's what it's about, because people can win 500, 800, 1,000. They can get merch, a trophy, a fucking wrestling belt, sometimes like tickets, merch, whatever. It depends on your fam that you're playing with in your league, if they give a good prize or not, Also, the respect to be a fantasy football champion. It's not something that people usually have on their resume. Michael Alexander, Alec Pierce versus the Jags. That's not going to be reliable enough with Matt Ryan. McKenzie versus Chiefs. If he's off the concussion, McKenzie could score a touchdown. Definitely has potential to get 30 to 60 yards, unless he gets like a long bomb. He could get 30 to 100 if he gets that opportunity, because it's not only going to go to Diggs, and it's not only going to go to Gabe Davis. Dawson Knox is almost forgotten now, but McKenzie is a threat to score in that game. Miles Sanders versus Cowboys for the flex. Miles Sanders would be the logical choice at the starting running back, but the Cowboys defense is top 3, so they might shut him fucking down, right? But if for the Eagles to win, they're gonna have to get some kind of running game out of Jalen Hurts or Sanders or both. But Pierce is a no, because Matt Ryan's not playing good right now. McKenzie is definitely a consideration, right? But the correct one, the safe one, is Miles Sanders. The only one that would beat you in Miles Sanders' numbers would be McKenzie, and that's only if he gets that touchdown or that long 40-yard reception. Otherwise, he'll probably finish with 40 yards or something like that, like nothing too crazy. 4 points in fantasy, 5, unless he gets that long bomb, which is possible. Chiefs secondary has been struggling. They gave up 2 to Devontae. But if you're a fantasy football player, if you want to be balls to the wall, I guess you go McKenzie. If you are feeling lucky and you think that McKenzie's off the concussion and he's scoring, and you truly believe that McKenzie's going to score and Sanders is only going to get you 40 yards or 50, and it's going to end up with 5 points, and maybe McKenzie gets you 10. If you truly believe that, Michael, in your heart, then go McKenzie. But the safe one that I would do would be Miles Sanders. I think that would be the safer one. Yeah, McKenzie might get that opportunity, but maybe Sanders gives you a better chance to get you 10. McKenzie is like, you're really relying on that big play. Sanders, he might get enough touches where he can crawl his way to a decent number. Might not be over 100 yards, but maybe a decent number. Not great, but hopefully 8 points at the minimum. Because if you go McKenzie and he puts up a 2, and then Sanders puts up like a 18 or something, you're gonna be like, oh fuck, you might lose. So Miles Sanders is the correct answer. McKenzie's the ballsy move, but I don't know if anyone on planet Earth would do it with McKenzie at flex. If we're doing flex, we're doing good players that we know that are going to for sure win us money. Josh Jacobs at flex, 30 points. Jeff Wilson last week, 20. Not a maybe McKenzie gets 10 to 20. None of those are really good, to be very honest. You know what I mean? But Miles Sanders would probably be just the volume of touches you hope will get Miles to 10 points or very close to that. Or you score and he gets 40 yards and he gets a score on the goal line. Jalen Hurts long bomb. Somehow Diggs gets burnt, likely. Micah Parsons will cause havoc. But I think Miles Sanders is the one to go. That's if I'm putting money on it, and I don't want you to and then the thing is, if you go Miles Sanders and McKenzie has a big game, you can't be mad. That's like a very wishy-washy move. You have to be almost like know someone on the team, know the game plan. Like, okay, we're going to go to McKenzie 8 times we're going to try to get him the rock. Like, if you didn't really know that inside info, it's like, you're taking a real gamble, because McKenzie could end with a 0 or like a 2, or it could be 20 and you could look like a hero, and McKenzie could have 2 touchdowns and you win your fantasy week. But the probability of McKenzie going for 20 compared to 2, it's probably more likely he goes for 2 than 20. You know what I mean? But or somewhere in between, most logically, 6 to 10. But that seems kind of what I'm feeling. But yeah, Jacobs is a bye week. Who's projected for more? Who's playing where? And what have they scored in the last 3 weeks? And who's home and who's away? These are the basic questions that you have to ask. How many points have they scored? What are they projected for? Who's home? Who's away? Who are they playing? And how have they done in the last 3 weeks? Those are things you should be asking yourself on every move that you consider a bench player or a starter. Don't look at just the fucking number. If one guy is 13-7 and another guy is 12-7 and you only go for the 13-7, you're going to lose and you're not going to win in championship in fantasy. Sometimes you got to fucking have balls and you got to do the 12-7 guy, and the 12-7 guy gets you 28 points and you look like a fucking genius. You look like a fucking Einstein just because you went with the point lower projected, and the guy that got 13, maybe he got 16, but the one that was projected for a point lower, 13-12, got you 28. Boom shakalaka, I just beat you because I went for it. That's the type of shit you do to win championships. You have to be very, very comfortable, and you got to have the roster to be able to do that. But I need more info, as you can see. I mean, that's why my information is so valuable compared to most people on the internet. Chief, what to do? Bro, you had a 15-point lead on me, and I only had my flex left at Josh Jacobs. And I was like, man, I hope they run the ball. Because the previous week he had 30. And I was like, when you're down 15 and you have one guy to go and the other guy's done, that's a lot of pressure. And it was the Chiefs on the road. But I knew that, Jacobs had an opportunity to be my bell cow. He's been my guy with Jeff Wilson, as my running back number 4. But you got me scared there for a little bit until maybe the first half of the first quarter. And then I was like, oh, if it keeps going like this, I'm going to get you. And then, yeah, but you almost gave me my first loss and you're 0-4 and your team fucking was awesome, dude. Type in the chat your team and what you got from last week. You know what I mean? Like your total number of points, which was like 150 or something, like really high number, 140, 150. And like name off your players that you had. God, you all your guys hit, dude. It took like a miraculous performance out of my flex to get me like 30 to be able to do it, man. But you have some bad luck too. I'm going to answer questions and I'll read off my team again. So if you don't have any belief that I'm good at fantasy, I'll read you my team and give you the breakdown. And you can make your own assessment if it's up to your standard of being good or not in fantasy football. Everyone thinks they are great at fantasy football, right? Just like knowing information about football. Everyone's a football fucking expert, right? Because we love our team so much. Swag. Look at those jerseys. The best jerseys in NFL that have that color rush, and the Saints with the other one, they have the gold in the numbers. Those are the cleanest jerseys in football. Besides like obviously we know these are sweet, but as far as like a vibe, like wearing it on the street or at a club or at your house or just fucking at the grocery store, there's not much that looks fucking, obviously if you're not a Raider fan, you can't wear it, but that's a fucking clean looking, the silver looks nice. It's just so unusual to see that. And I'll show you the Drew Brees one, and then I'll get into more fantasy. But I'm a fashion guy, and I try to make sure I let everyone know. I like that Deion Sanders stuff from the 90s. Like, I got a kind of a certain fashion sense. And, yes, man, some of those are just special. Or maybe the Alvin Kamara. Love me some Alvin. I want him to stay healthy, though. You guys are just getting injured left and right. I want you to make the playoffs. I'm a Bucs fan, but I mean, Bucs fans and Saints fans don't get along. Don't get it twisted. They fucking hate each other. I might be the only YouTuber that is a Buck fan, like legitimately, that any Saint fan would actually listen to. Like no one else is. Yeah. So we have the Josh Jacobs there. That's a very clean looking jersey. And then this one right here, Drew Brees, Alvin Kamara. That is clean. It's like gold. I mean, look at the number inside the shading. It's a fucking and white always pops. I mean, you can wear that even if you weren't like a Raider fan or like a Saint fan. That's just dope. That's just dope. Just the way it looks, the colors and that attention to detail of getting that color of gold and this exact color of silver to pop. You notice it. Even if you're not a fan, it's hard to not look away. It's like, wow, that's a kind of a fire jersey. I'd have to compliment on that if I saw that. Where did you get that? I kind of like that. I don't really like the team or not my, maybe not my favorite player or whatever, but I do like both of these guys. That's kind of coincidental that I do like both of these guys. So if you want to update your fashion game, if you're a Raider fan or a Saint fan and you haven't bought a jersey in a while, you're looking at it. That's what you buy right there. And if I was a Raider fan, you kidding me? Yeah, but it'd be cool if they had that like in Charles Woodson. Then that would be the one that I would be like, ooh, yeah. That'd be cool. Josh Jacobs, man. I'm scrolling back up. And I promise I'm getting to everybody's stuff here. I don't skip anybody. We were here. Yeah. And dude, he's had a rebirth in his career. They said, fuck you. We're not going to give you your 5th-year option. Fuck you. All right. I'll show you how great I am. And he's getting the looks from McDaniels, right? And he's fucking producing. And he's producing like on a fucking high level. Like he's like number 4 running back. I got Chubb, Saquon, and Jacobs as my flex. I literally have number 2, number 3, number 4 running back. Like, when's the last time, if you've ever had a fantasy team, you've had 3 of the top 4? I mean, that's a very rare occurrence. It doesn't happen. It's just a very rare thing. Now, I don't know if they're going to all be able to keep it up. Hopefully, Saquon can stay healthy. Five, 3 Padres. Bottom of the 8th. Oh, go. Oh, popped up. Wow. But this guy didn't go for the kick with Carlson, which was stupid. And then you could have went to overtime or won the game. So it shows you Staley, Zach Taylor, Chargers, Bengals, Raiders, Nathaniel Hackett, Broncos, dumb dogs. Like, take the fucking points. Stop going for 2. Like in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. Go for it on 4th down and go for stuff in the 4th quarter. But don't go for 2. Take the points. You got a top kicker in the NFL. That stuff is frustrating. You know, if you guys are, playing fantasy and you guys know what I'm talking about, changes the outcome. Trade Breece Hall and receive Hollywood Brown? No. And trade Eckler and Christian Kirk and receive Amari Cooper and Jamar Chase? No. Because Eckler is going to get you more volume. Christian Kirk is boom or bust. Amari Cooper and Jamar Chase are good wide receivers, but some weeks they're going to hit or miss. So you're going to want to make sure you're having consistent production, and you're going to get more out of Eckler out of running the ball and receiving, and Kirk once in a while blowing up. Then in Amari Cooper, Jamar Chase, yeah, Chase has a chance to do something, but if that offensive line stinks like it is, Jamar Chase might not be number 5 or better. He might not be, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranked, even though he's got talent to be number 1, number 2 in the NFL. But if that offensive line doesn't get Burrow time, he might not get enough stats to make it worthy. You got to make it worthy. And I don't know if this is me right here and I'm doing money. Breece Hall, Hollywood Brown, a hell no. And then Eckler and Kirk, I keep them. Amari Cooper and Jamar Chase, that's it's interesting. But you're not going to do Jamar Chase for Eckler. It'd have to be running back for Eckler. It'd have to be Josh Jacobs for Eckler. Then maybe we have a deal. Maybe Amari Cooper and Josh Jacobs for Eckler and Christian Kirk. Maybe something like that. But not 2 wide receivers for a running back and wide receiver. You feel me? You got to make sure that you're not getting ripped off. Sometimes people know, what angles to do. And if you don't recognize that you're getting ripped off, you want to make sure you ask questions. And I'll answer questions for anybody. But yeah, always ask before pulling the trigger. And, and like I said, once I go over my reasoning, the amount of targets, the carries, a running back compared to a wide receiver. Yeah, Hollywood Brown can be a guy, right? Average about 7 touchdowns a season with Kyler for 3 years, 21, right? And he can get 7 to 10 touchdowns. But Breece Hall, instead of getting 10 points as a flex, he's got an ability to give you 15 to 35. And he's already gotten like a high 20, 30 point performance recently. So I'm going Breece Hall. That's like a sleeper. Maybe that guy helps you get to a championship game because you got a flex that can give you 15 to 35. That's very beneficial to have a guy that you can rely on to give you 15 to 35. I have Josh Jacobs and Jeff Wilson. That's who I use at flex. Yeah, it's just a coach in progress. Good pickup. I have him. I'm playing him today or this week. Jameson, my boy. How are you? Yeah, Renfro, if he's not injured, he actually will get the targets. DJ Moore, that's the problem. You just don't got anybody giving you the ball anymore. You need a Cam Newton, someone that recognizes that when Cam Newton was in his prime, like you know DJ Moore is like a most underrated wide receiver, could be a top 10 receiver in the NFL if he just had like Aaron Rodgers or someone to throw him the ball, but he just doesn't have anyone to throw the ball to him, you know? But Renfro is worth keeping. DJ Moore you could drop, but Renfro I would keep on the bench. You know, you could probably keep both of them for that matter. You know, you're probably not going to get any. You might be able to find someone better than DJ Moore. I mean, I get Jacoby Myers. You know, Jacoby Myers is a low name guy from the Patriots, but that might help me win a championship. Oh yeah, Cordarrelle Patterson helps people win championships because he got hurt. But when you're doing everything, running the ball, and you can do RPO and line up as a temporary quarterback, you can catch passes. You're like the ultimate threat. It's like a Johnny Manziel, Michael Vick, and then paired up with like a really good running back, and then you're just being able to like run wild, Reggie Bush, and all of a sudden you can just do anything that you want from the position, you know. But I picked him up on the wire last year, and that rode me, I think, all the way to the championship. So I usually get to second or third or first is usually where it goes. And, you can use a guy like that as your wide receiver too, but usually I like to put a guy like that as my flex so I can actually flex and be like, look, I don't even have to use a running back. I can use a wide receiver / running back and, show you what's up. And I mean, Falcon stuff does look pretty dope. That's a fire photo, too. Look at that HD 4K, baby. Brees Hall, Michael Carter. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Hall is the future. Carter was the guy that they, put in last year. I had him in fantasy last year, Michael Carter, so I know. And he was hitting. He was getting 10, 12, 15, had some injuries, and it's kind of back and forth. But Brees Hall is going to be eventually the bell cow. The Le'Veon Bell is Brees Hall. But, Michael Carter is a change of pace back. $2 holla is that I just picked up Jeff Wilson and traded for Dallas. It's exactly what I have. I have those as well, and that's exactly what you would want to do. I don't know what you gave up for Dallas defense, but I have Bills and Dallas, and those are going to help me win a championship or hopefully get there. Top of the ninth, 5-3 Padres. Great pickup. Thank you for the dono. I know we'll get donos here at some point. Man, this information I'm giving away it's valuable. If you listen and just pay attention, bang, bang, bang. My boy, Walltown. Thank you, man. $2. And I haven't checked Cash App. Maybe there's some money in there. Maybe there's not. I don't know. I'll check. Bang, 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 bang. Walltown's best. Show the Saints he donates to. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Pretty cool. See, I give love as a Bucks fan, right? And like a Duck fan. I could definitely be so biased and never show pictures of like the rivals, even if you guys donated or not, but I don't know. I just love looking at talent regardless of where it's at. A lot of greatness in that picture, even if I'm a Buccaneer fan. Very, very underrated Cordarrelle Patterson. And let's get you a photo of a Saint. Let me get you some swag. Insert swag. Swag acquired. Level completed. He's like, damn. He's like, God, how much swag do I have? I'm a Buccaneer fan, and this is probably my favorite running back. I mean, you're never going to hear another Buccaneer fan say that, but that really shows how truly unbiased I am. It just so happens that I really like his running style, his chip on his shoulder. When you get drafted in the 3rd and 4th round, and no one really thinks you could be a first-round talent. Not the greatest season this year, you know what I mean? But he's got a good look. He just needs to stay out of trouble. Obviously curb stomping and beating the shit out of that dude in the elevator with your homies, not smart. And it might cost you your job in the NFL. Hopefully not, but I do like Kamara. Alvin Kamara. AK-41, Alvin Kamara. Appreciate you. Thank you for the dono. 2:98 to go. We'll get there. Thank you, bro.
And they recycled my old glass. Now that's a company I can trust.
Don't wait.
Need a desperate running back start off waivers. J.D. McKissick. Who else is available? Write down everyone who's available besides J.D. McKissick so I have options. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just try to give you I know you love the Panthers, but I mean, if CMC never got hurt, it's not like we'd be like, oh, this guy sucks. He always gets hurt. He's, he never produces. Like everyone knows, right, that if CMC's healthy, he could be the number one running back in fantasy every year. But the problem is he just can't stay fucking healthy. So when he is, he normally is his number one, number two in the league and rushing and yards and right. But now these string of injuries started to catch up, and it's not like I enjoy seeing you get a displeasure and seeing CMC get fucking hurt. Do you think like fantasy fans and fans of CMC really love seeing him fucking get hurt every year? Hell no. We root for guys like that to get better, And at least Saquon is doing something right now for me. So, and praise, hopefully, Saquon can keep it up. I need him to stay healthy. My workhorse is my bell cow. But I hope AK-41 and Joe Mixon have a good game. Hopefully that'll be interesting. Lots of injuries, though, for the Saints. Injuries are a bitch. I mean, trust me, I know. I might not even be able to win the Super Bowl now or even get to the NFC Championship game because my offensive line is just fucking fucked up and all injured, so... Padres. Yeah, but to have Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, and Josh Jacobs 2, 3, 4 ranked or 1, 2, 3, it's pretty incredible. Definitely can help. Brantonio in the building. What to do? Brantonio. Yeah, just watching some baseball, talking fantasy football. Wrestling, whatever. It's mostly been focused around fantasy football because I know how people love it. And, let me check my cash app to see if there's anything in there. I don't know if we have any of the big heavy hitters that have graced your boy. I doubt we have anything in there yet because usually the cash app stuff comes later. Yeah, so nothing in there that's new. But I know we'll get something there. We'll get to a good number. We'll wait for some goats to come through. All right, let's go over my fantasy football team real quick, and then we'll answer more questions, and we'll get caught up. So just to give you the credibility factor, why people do pay like $5 to $10 a week, and people pay for me to help, because good help is hard to find in fantasy. Because if you're just doing NFL.com, stardom, situm, or any stardom, situm on ESPN or NFL.com, or you're just looking on the fantasy app, that's tough. So we got Geno Smith, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Jacoby Myers, Mark Andrews, Jeff Wilson Jr., Cowboys D, Jason Myers. Double dip with Myers and Geno Smith going against the Cardinals. My bench is a whole nother starting unit. Justin Herbert, Josh Jacobs, Chris Godwin, Bills D, DeAndre Hopkins, Koo at kicker, Curtis Samuel, Elijah Mitchell on IR. So, yeah, just definitely need more info. What up, JT? Baller. What it do, Baller? Oh, he's eating the pizza. Your boy's eating the pizza? The pizza? You eating the pizza? Your boy. Dude, that's dope. You know what one of my first jerseys was? Derek Coleman for the Nets, because I wasn't a hater. I had a Charlotte Hornet starter jacket like every kid wanted, right? I had one, and Notre Dame one too. But I had Alonzo Mourning, but I think my first one was Derek Coleman for the Nets, and the kids teased me. They said, Derek Coleman, he sucks. I was like, well, I watched him at Syracuse. He didn't pan out in the NBA as he did in college, but I thought it was kind of like a throwback because I didn't know how good he was going to be, and I always try to get those obscure ones. Some people got Shaq. I got Alonzo Mourning, and my Favorite one I got is 96. I was 14. I got a red rookie Allen Iverson Sixers one, and I wore that to night court, and I'd go play ball at the local, middle school at night. And you have to sign in. You play with a bunch of ballers, young and old, and you show off your jersey and your Jordans and Penny Hardaways and Air Zoom, Jason Kidds, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, a lot of memories, dude. Mookie Blaylock, hell yeah. Mine was Derek Coleman, Nets, dude. That I can already tell that's why we're linked, So, oh yeah, 94 throwbacks are the best. Deion Sanders in 94 is the best, person in a jersey and overall in football in general. Like if you want to look up the definition of swag, it's Deion Sanders in 94. I mean, it's just period. There's no one that's looked fresh, like just fresh to death. Like you just that swag and that confidence. Look good, you feel good, you play good. There's nobody that had more swag naturally. And he talked shit and he backed it up. And we'll never see a corner this good ever again. This was like the pinnacle. It's like Barry Sanders is more than likely the best running back that ever lived. Deion is arguably the best corner. I mean, there's Revis Island and Woodson and, Champ Bailey, but they're not fucking Deion. I got you, Niner gang. For flex full PPR, Montgomery or Jeff Wilson? Oh, Jeff Wilson. Absolutely Jeff Wilson. Actually, well, Montgomery, they're playing what? Tomorrow against Washington? Montgomery would have an opportunity to get as many points as Wilson. Wilson's just going to get like 15 to 18 carries, though. So Montgomery might get that, or Khalil Herbert might steal some looks. And I would have to look to see what Montgomery's put up in the last couple weeks. But if it's me, I'm going Jeff Wilson. Montgomery could get more points, but it's not going to kill you to go. The safe option is Wilson. If you want to be ballsy, go Montgomery. But I think projected and just overall confidence, I think Jeff Wilson would be the one I would go with. I mean, I have him on my own team, so I know what he put up. He put up 20 last week, and he's been improving every week since Elijah Mitchell went down with the injury, and I have him as well. Oh, yeah. Elliot in the building. What a deal. A lot of fans or random people that saw I did fantasy decided to hop in and answer or ask questions, which is cool because I know fantasy football, I can just make it a show of it, and start doing. I was going to start it next year, but yeah, we could definitely make it a show in itself for sure. There's enough people that play. Yeah, I'm watching. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs. I love it. Oh, we're getting a lot of people hopping in, getting their questions answered. They're like, damn, this guy knows. Mixon and Keenan for Chase. Who do you have? You have Mixon and Keenan, or you have Chase? And you have Walker, Etienne, Hall, and Pierce. Walker, Etienne, Breece Hall, and Pierce. Okay. Your running backs are good. So you're trying to give up Mixon and Keenan Allen, who's been hurt, to get Jamar Chase. If this was from last year, I would say, yeah, get Jamar Chase. But Jamar Chase's numbers haven't been as good as they were last year. Some games he hits and some games he doesn't because Burrow doesn't have a chance to get him enough looks like last year. So I'm thinking if it's me, I'm going to go Mixon and Keenan Allen because when Keenan comes back, you're going to get production from both guys instead of, for you to be able to make it worth it, you would have to be able to get Chase with 20 to 40 points. And if Chase isn't getting 20 to 40, then that's a bad deal because Mixon's going to get you 10 to 20 and Keenan will get you normally 8 to 20. You know what I'm saying? So you have to look on what's going to be more consistent. And yeah, Chase might go for a 40-point game, but it's not like Mixon and Keenan Allen can't get you a 50 or 60 combined either. You know what I'm saying? So even though you have Walker, Etienne, you're going to want to have your best pieces. So like, let's say you have Mixon, right? And then you have Walker and then Hall is your flex. You know what I mean? You want to flex on them and you want to make sure you have either a Gabe Davis at your flex, like a best number 2 option in the league, right? Or you have the, number 4 running back in the league and he's your flex. You know what I'm saying? So if you can that's how you win. You have those big names that are like that sleeper. You're like, bang, look at this. Because who the hell is going to think Breece Hall is going to throw up a 30? Nobody. And then you pull up a 30 and win. And then they're just like, damn, how did you do that? But then you just looked at, he's been getting looks. It's the Jets. They've been bad. They've got better weapons now. Zach Wilson's back. They have opportunities. So, yeah, if it's me, it is as intriguing as it is to get Jamar Chase. I think that the safe thing to do was to keep Mixon and Keenan Allen. Because what happens if Chase goes down with an injury? Then you have at least another guy there. You have two guys, and then, you give up two, Chase gets hurt, then you're out three guys. And the Padres just won 5-3. Because I imagine trading Mixon and Keenan for Chase. Chase gets injured, and then you lose the league because now you don't have any of them. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just looking up, different, experiences that I've had in fantasy. But the safe thing would, Mixon is normally a top 10 running back, top 12 in fantasy. Keenan Allen normally can be pretty solid when he's healthy. Sometimes he's a top 10 player, sometimes a top 30 player, but Keenan can get you 10 to 20 points almost every week if he's healthy and gets a good target share with Mike Williams and Eckler. So with that's me and mixing Keenan for Chase. Until Chase's numbers go up, I would say no. I would give it the boot. But if you want to do that trade, that's up to you. But I don't know who else you have at wide receiver. And if you have a couple injuries at running back, that could end you. So you want to keep mixing because that's the best one that you have. That's your bell cow. You don't want to get rid of your bell cow. And Keenan Allen is a wide receiver one. So Randy Miller, would you trade London and Walker for CEH and Terry McLaurin? What Walker are we talking about? Give me first and last name. So that way, I go through all 32 teams, so I need to make sure I'm not thinking it's a different player. So give me a Drake London and what Walker are we talking about? And then CEH and Terry McLaurin. And I would have to know who else you have on your team. So that way you have depth. And if you make the trade, are you going to get if they have an injury with these new guys, are you screwed? Or can you still hang with depth? So that's a big thing. But based off who I think it is, Kenneth Walker. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because there's more than one Walker, but I figured that's who you were talking about. London and Walker. So London is unpredictable. You don't know when he's going to score points. 1 week it might be 20 to 30. The next week 5. And that's scary to have in fantasy. You're not going to start a guy like that. So for me, that's a bench guy. And Kenneth Walker is an RB1, RB2, or a flex. So that's a very valuable piece. They will be running him a lot. And then the next one would be CEH and Terry McLaurin. So even though Terry McLaurin has been not as good as normal, if they bench Carson Wentz, which is possible, and bring in Heineke from Meineke, his rapport and friendship with Terry is on a high level. So he'd get more targets and his numbers would go up. And CEH actually has been a pretty good running back. So even though Walker has the ability to put up, 15 to 30 points and London 5 to 25, depending on the game. I think if you're going based off of, and who do you have? You have London and Walker? Because Terry McLaurin and London, they both underwhelmed at this point. So they kind of are a push. But who would you rather have? Walker or CEH? And then you have to look at the potential carries and opportunities. The line has been pretty good. So that's tough. But CEH is usually pretty good and has been pretty good this season, getting some receptions and running the ball. But I think Walker's upside is higher, even though that we thought the Seahawks line was bad. So I probably would say keep Walker and wait. And then if they really want Walker and CEH and McLaurin get better, then you can make the trade later. But I would wait to see what Walker does. Because if Walker puts up 30 and you trade CEH and you get Terry McLaurin and CEH puts up a 5, Terry McLaurin puts up a 7, and then Walker puts up a 30 with 2 touchdowns and 120 yards or more, you're going to be pissed. You're like, what the hell did I do? You know what I mean? So if that's me, London is, I wouldn't necessarily roster a London or a scary Terry McLaurin for that matter. I would have CEH and Walker on my teams though. So even though CEH has done more, it's because he's played and he has been better than last year. But I think Walker's upside is more. So I would hang on to Walker because you don't want to trade for CEH and all of a sudden he gets hurt or he starts putting up 8 points instead of 15 or 20. And then Walker starts throwing up 20s and 30s. And you're going to be like, what did I do? So And the offense for Seattle has been good. So I say keep London and Walker. So obviously for CH and Scary Terry McLaurin, you're going to have to, unfortunately, you're going to have to shoot them the memo. And it will have to be one of these. Not today. Not today. You know, they try to swindle you, because if you initiated that trade, that's one thing that you see value in CEH. But if this is me, I assume that they reached out to you thinking to see if you're a sucker and that you would give Walker up for what they were offering. I imagine they were suckering you to try to get you to bait on that, and you said no. Hopefully you said no, because I was okay. Say no, Randy. And if you didn't say no, that's my reaction. Randy, no. Okay, so hopefully it worked out for you, bud. Hopefully you didn't do that trade.
To be honest, I was watching these guys. Man Machado, he came out with fire. Man Machado came out to swing the bat.
Oh yeah, Blaylock is cool. Blaylock was cool, man. Oh, and I had a Penny Hardaway too. But it was cool. There was this poor kind of urban kid, that lived in my neighborhood, and it was kind of felt he got picked on a little bit, and I always played basketball with him. I always liked him. Very, very cool kid, and I actually gave him my jersey collection before I moved, and I gave him probably like, I don't know, $500 worth of champion jerseys that I had growing up, from the Derek Coleman to the Alonzo Mourning and the Penny Hardaways and the Allen Iverson. Like, I almost kind of wish I kept them, but I thought, maybe I just had that in my heart even back then, but I definitely miss him. But I know that he got a lot of use out of them, so that made me feel good. But yeah, that Iverson jersey was something else, dude. Yeah, but I'm just saying it based off talent and Hall of Fame. I'm not talking about getting picks or just being a shutdown corner. There's different variations on what a championship corner is. But I'm just saying, as far as Hall of Fame, Charles Woodson and Champ Bailey are probably the closest thing to Dion. Rivas had his moments for a couple years, but Dion is Dion.
Team. This is his first year in the big leagues.
Absolutely. I mean, I help people win $1,000 or more. I mean, that's a big deal. Some people play for fun, which is totally cool, but you can have bragging rights at school, at work, at home, with your buddies. So, yeah, I mean, I get good views off of, doing fantasy football stuff. We literally had like 10 to 15 randoms that I've never seen before. That came in here and asked questions, and it wasn't even like I had labeled the video fantasy, football stuff or whatever, but I haven't really dedicated a full show to fantasy, but I know that if I do, it could be really successful because there's a lot of people that play, and there's a lot of up for stake, whether it's for fun, or if it's for a lot of fucking money, Oh, awesome. I just emailed Mitchell and Ness a couple hours ago. Holly's Derek Thomas jerseys. I bought 2 of them, a long sleeve jersey and then a actual Chiefs Mitchell and Ness 94 jersey. And they have patches and everything. And she should be getting them on tomorrow. So that's exciting. She's going to get her stuff before the Bills game. So that'll be pretty awesome. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I feel I have a lot to offer. I mean, considering people already paying me now, Yeah, I mean, I got to be able to do that, But also, too, if you're a bullshitter on fantasy, anyone can call you out immediately. Like, you can't bullshit someone in fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you either know what you're talking about or you fucking don't. Just like in sports. Like, there's no bullshitting your way of knowing fantasy or not knowing fantasy. You either do or you don't. Here's another one. We got another newbie. RS German. It said, trade away Hollywood for CD and Najee. Well, all of them have kind of underperformed, either with injuries or they just haven't been the player that we thought, especially Najee Harris. And you have Hollywood, and you would be getting CD and Najee. I think, yeah, I would do that. I would do CD and Najee because even though there's, been a little bit of low moments for all three and some high moments for, but mostly underwhelming for all three, Najee has potential to get back on track to start getting 80 to 100 yards and some touchdowns. CD can do that, and that's a 2-for-1. It's not like Hollywood's going to outscore both of them. Maybe he is right now, or he has been, but I mean, CD and Najee have potential to get more. You know what I mean? So I think if you have Hollywood, yeah, I would do that trade. That's more upside for you. There's a floor and a ceiling, and you have a higher ceiling getting 2 players that could be instrumental pieces in your starting lineup, maybe, or strong bench pieces, you know? Yeah, good evening, man. Now that I got another one. God, we have like 20 people that have come through here. Maybe this is something that I need to start doing, just straight fantasy football stream. You got questions, I'll fucking answer them. He said, what's good, dude? He's like, what you think? Alan Lazard and Melvin Gordon for Olave is fair. Well, Gordon is irrelevant because even though he's a starter, he fumbles a lot. So yeah, I wouldn't even be using Melvin Gordon at all. He'd be on my bench. Alan Lazard is very consistent, but he doesn't get a lot of targets. And Olave is the better player out of the two, right? But he just had a concussion. So we have to hope that he comes back soon. If you can afford to get Olave, I think I probably would do that. But it depends on that concussion. But based on how Olave has played, Lazard has been very consistent after missing, the beginning of the year. He's been getting, 9 to 12 to 14, points. He's kind of like 9 to 14 every week. So he's hit every week, all 4 weeks in a row. Lazard is money. Olave might be hit or miss, but if Olave hits, he can get more than Lazard. If Olave hits, he might hit 20 to 30. If Lazard hits, it's probably going to be like 17. You know what I mean? Less opportunities there. So if you have a chance to get Olave, and as long as he doesn't, he's not going to be out for a long time, that would probably be the better value based on how Olave's played this season. But Lazard is a good player too. And Gordon is just like a freebie. No one gives a shit about Gordon, And Lazard is on a lot of people's wires right now, or they just got picked up. So, but Olave gives you more a ceiling, more boom. So if you like the boom in fantasy, then go for Olave. If you like consistency, then keep Lazard. So it all depends on if you want consistent 8 to 14, or do you want every once in a while maybe the guy will get you 20 to 30, and that's what Olave will do. Thank you, Sarah. But I feel that my information is solid. I mean, there's not going to be anybody that's going to be able to be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. This is a very hard thing to be great at. A lot of people are like this when they play fantasy, and then when you lose, you're like this, and it's hard. But I try to teach people the secrets, and if you're willing to listen, you can be greatness, man. Zini Panini won it as a female, in a 9-man league, which was 10 man, 1 female, 9 men, and every of the 9 have been playing forever, and she beat everybody, including me, in her second year playing. That's incredible. It shows you girls can play fantasy football too, as long as like you're like Sarah, you read a lot and you watch a lot, you're going to fucking be smart. That's just how it goes. That's facts. Thank you so much. Sarah, bang, 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 the best mod in the biz. Can't do my job without her. Always kicking ass and taking names. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The best mod on YouTube. It's Sarah. Greatness, just like Dion. Appreciate you. $10 holla. We're like a dream team. It's like Kobe and Shaq. Hard to beat. $12. Let's get to a hundo. Hopefully we get some more goats to come through, because I got a couple more hours I can go for. I can go till 11, so I can go for another hour and a half. So we might have to hopefully get to a good number. But eventually people will, once they start taking my advice and it starts working, then more people will come in and start throwing big money, because they'll be like, damn, this guy is like, he's got like a 90% hit rate on like gambling and like, winning money and, predicting winners and predicting the future and, giving good advice and not bad advice. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I wish I sometimes had it still, but I don't know, man. I guess I just had that heart of gold even back then, because he was, kind of poor, and I know that his parents would never ever buy him stuff like that. And even though it was secondhand, the way that he looked at it, it was like most of my stuff was like brand new, old. Besides that Iverson I wore a lot, but they never got cracked. Like the numbers never got cracked. Like, I probably wore it 15 times, probably 20, I don't know, but it never got ruined. Still was in great condition. That was my favorite, kid jersey growing up. Allen Iverson, 96. I got to throw up a photo. We have to now. Allen, and that was one of my favorite players too. Urban, player, but had the swag and knew how to dress, and just his look and, just his vibe and, tattoos, headband, armband, finger band, all the crazy, just little intricacies, with leg band. Just, I don't know. Iverson was just a real special player. I mean, you don't really see Iversons anymore.
I was just trying to get, really familiar with him. So it was, it was nice once we got that. We felt like we were in a good spot and just kept it rolling and stayed hot towards the end when we needed it.
Hey, Josh, Alex Rodriguez here. Great job tonight. Congrats on the win. My question is, this is your first 4-out save since 2020. How good did you feel? It looked like your mechanics were on point and you were moving the ball all over the strike zone. How good did you feel out there?
I felt pretty good. I was really just getting in my legs, being able to get down that mound and, just trying to attack all the hitters.
Hey, Josh, how are you, man? Big Poppy right here. Big fan of you, big dog. Hey, when you face a lineup like the Dodgers, right? These guys, they know how to attack the strike zone. What is your mentality going into it?
I appreciate it, Big Poppy. It's always been a pleasure watching you go. My mentality is just one pitch at a time, execute, and, just stay within myself. Don't try and do too much. Don't get too big in the moment, and do what you do. That was the biggest thing for me.
This Frank Thomas here. I've watched you pitch the last 3 years very closely.
Even the white one was dope too.
Another season this year after that trade. It looks like now you got your legs back under you. Is that because the fastball is really coming out of your hand again? Do you feel like you're comfortable again with the fastball? Because tonight you're throwing fastball. That's the guy I saw in Milwaukee for so many years.
Well, I appreciate it. I think that was the biggest thing is just having the confidence in that fastball and being able to, stick with my mechanics and really use my legs. I think
Here we go. I got to make sure I get one that is the correct one because they have other red ones, but you have to know the Iverson, the rookie Iverson. There's a look to it. Right here.
That's my number one.
That one. If you had that Iverson jersey back in '96, you were something else. I mean, the shoes. That jersey is, man, it's hard to not feel like a pimp when you were wearing that when you were 14 years old and Iverson was coming up from Georgetown. That was something else right there. Iverson, baby, AI. Bots are in the building. Cameron in the building. What a deal. You too, man. I got you. What's up, Cameron? Said, should I send Godwin and Dobbins, ETN for Pittman? I said Godwin and Dobbins, ETN for Pittman. Dobbins is my 5th running back, full PPR.
He's got a 1.62 career postseason ERA. That's no joke.
It's a beast.
Yeah, that just changed. How about one straight him out the most?
I like that.
Godwin's going to put up numbers because it's it's the best matchup. It's a green matchup. They're the worst at the pass. So Godwin's going to hit. Dobbins, ETN, and Pittman are like, I don't know, man. With those 3 players, those guys are very inconsistent. So I can't really say anything about Dobbins, ETN, or Pittman. I wouldn't trust those players. The only one I would trust in a lineup this week out of everyone there would be Godwin. Can Dobbins, ETN, and Pittman hit? Yeah. But the way that things have been going, it's very hit or miss. And Godwin, I feel, is consistent. So 13, 2 weeks in a row. No problem. We got multiple Jose's in here. We got TN Jose and JT. JT's a Jose. We have Jose 1 and Jose 2. Jose and a Jose. A Jose here and a Jose there. Here a Jose. TN Jose. $2.99. My boy. Patriots, baby. Bang, bang, bang. I picked up Jacoby Myers in fantasy. I might start him over Godwin. Bang, bang. How's it going, man? Thank you. Appreciate you. What do you want to see for a photo, TN Jose? Sarah, you too. He's on the OG Jose. Everyone's competing for who the real Jose is. He said TN hose B. Oh, you guys are funny. Jameson Meza, my boy. Who do I drop in PPR? Pickens, Gallup, or make him puke Ayuk. Definitely not dropping Pickens. He's got a lot of potential. He could be a guy that you might be able to put into your flex or wide receiver too, maybe in a few weeks or a month. So no, don't drop that. I would probably, it depends if Gallup is healthy. If he's healthy for the rest of the year, then Gallup is, probably more upside. But as of right now, what are Ayuk's numbers here? Let me look at to see what his numbers are. I can look in there. But what has Ayuk's numbers been, Anthony, the last 3 weeks? Type that in the chat, and that'll let me determine if I think you should keep him or Gallup, if you should drop one of them. But you're definitely keeping Pickens. Pickens is someone you could actually play. Gallup and make him puke Ayuk are just reserve backups. You're only playing those guys if someone's injured or if someone has a bye week. Pickens could be a guy that could be in your starting lineup, though, in the future. He's got potential. But I need to know what Ayuk has done in the last 3 weeks. And then, because Gallup's potential, he's coming back from an injury. So they probably will be looking his way. But what's the target share going to be? And I know there's no Amari Cooper, but CeeDee Lamb and Dalton Schultz, and they have other options, and they're going heavy with the run, Zeke and Tony Pollard. How many options is Gallup really going to have? But he might not need very many. He might get 6 catches, but he might be able to get 10 points off that, So nice. No jersey, but had the shoes. Were the shoes the coolest, man? No problem. I'm always here to give good advice. 7, 11, 13, 8, and 9. So 3 bad numbers and 2 good, because even 9 is underwhelming when you're trying to get numbers, Did you play him in any of those weeks or no? Did you lose any weeks that you played him? Sometimes you have to have a little hard feelings towards the player. I fucking played you and you didn't do shit for me. If you just had him on your bench though, with that, I think the safe pick would be to drop Gallup, because most people are going to be picking him up. Now, if he gets a good target share, that could be a good player. Not better than Pickens, though. And Gallup and make him puke Ayuk are kind of equal. You're not going to get a whole lot from them. Every once in a while, you'll get, out of 5 games, maybe 2 above 10, and then 3 maybe out of the top 10, but underneath. So, maybe Gallup's potential is a little higher if Cooper Rush or Dak go to him a lot. So, the safe one to drop would be Gallup, but if you like Gallup's upside, then you can drop Ayuk, and then just be hope that Gallup gets targets, and that was worth it. Because at the very least, it's going to be the same stats as Ayuk, but it has potential to maybe be more. So maybe Pickens and Gallup for a ceiling. Maybe he, gets 10 to 18 points once in a while. Not that Ayuk can't, but it's not like he's the number 1 option. And Gallup isn't either, but Gallup could be a 2 option, CeeDee Lamb, Gallup. So Ayuk is probably the 3rd or 4th option. So neither. Do you have anybody else? Because neither one would be really that good. Should I trade Devontae for Tyreek? No, because Devontae is healthy and Tyreek has an injured foot, and his foot is in a boot. He should still be good for the rest of the year, but Devontae Adams, you would want to keep him if you had him. They're both going to be similar in numbers. Some are going to pop off, you know what I mean? But Devontae's healthy. Tyreek right now is not. So you don't want to take on an injured player if you have a healthy one, and one that just came off 2 touchdowns against the Chiefs. So if you have Devontae, even if he gets suspended for a game, you're going to want to keep Devontae Adams until Tyreek is healthy. And if the trade comes up down the road, 3 weeks from now, Devontae for Tyreek, you can evaluate and see the numbers and compare, because they are a pretty fair trade, but again, Tyreek's hurt, so you got to keep Devontae. He is on the waiver wire.
next batter. It's Jurickson throw for sneaking one through, and the Padres have the lead. And that someone else finding out who's going to contribute from that order.
I mean, who do you like more out of Gallup and Ayuk? You know, do you have a particular player that you like more? So, you know, so I guess it just depends on who you like more out of the players. Like, you know, if you like Gallup's upside, you know what I mean? You can go that particular route. So, I mean, because both of them are going to be pretty equal. You're probably never going to play either one, but that's up to you to decide. But definitely don't drop Pickens. You're going to keep him.
Have made this a series 5-3. Clayton Kershaw did fine tonight, only 5 innings.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. You know, they're going to have weeks where they get over 10, but a majority of the time they're going to get under. So I mean, it's a pretty fair swap. I mean, who's got more upside? One's got Garoppolo, the other one's got Dak, and if he or Cooper Rush. So we don't know what the target share is going to be for Gallup. So that's what makes it a little bit of a mystery. We kind of know what the target share is for Ayuk and his limitations and whatnot. You know what I mean? So that's your call. There's no wrong answer there. You know, either one you get, you're going to get similar production. It really comes down to who you like better. Do you like Cowboy player Gallup, or do you like the Niner? You know, so you have Lockett. Yeah, so if you have Lockett, you want to pair that up with Devontae. You don't want to trade for Tyreek. All right, I need to turn on AEW. All right, so I got an hour and 20 minutes. We can keep on answering fantasy football questions for, you know, the newbies that come through. That was kind of interesting. We had like 20 people come through that I've never seen before. So obviously people want fantasy questions, and to fire it up before Thursday, before the first game, would be the time to do it. So maybe Wednesdays is fantasy football day, you know, because everyone's trying to get their lineup together for the upcoming games in the week. So that would make the most sense. It just so happens that we're talking about it today, and today's Wednesday. So. Yeah, I think Gallup has more upside. Like if you were going to say, oh, I have Ayuk, no one cares. That's like throwing Melvin Gordon into a trade. It's just extra. It's just filler shit, you know, like here, take this. I don't care about it, right? But Gallup has potential where he might be able to hit 20 points a couple times, and Ayuk might not hit more than 18. So I think maybe Gallup, if he actually gets red zone looks and he's healthy, Gallup could throw up a 20 or 25, and I think that's exactly why I would keep him as well. There's more ceiling where it's the unknown. You don't really know what Gallup's going to get, but it's a better prospect and wait and see approach. And if you lose a guy that gets you 7, 9, 8, and sometimes 11, who the fuck cares? You can find someone else on the wire that gets you that or better. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was fucked up that he pushed the person. I got AEW on now. All right, Renee Paquette. So by the time this Dynamite is over, then the stream will end. Renee looks good, and she's Canadian. And Moxley, she gets to hang out with Mox, and she's a great personality. And Soraya's friend, and Renee Paquette. Awesome. Yeah, hopefully we can get to a good number. Nothing on the Cash App yet, but I know we'll be able to get, the 50 to 100. We'll see if we get some goats to come through to help us out. Still 9:41, so we still got an hour and 20 minutes. So, and like I said, at some point when we get these people coming through, they'll be dropping donos, and instead of just asking questions and me answering. They'll drop the dono and then I'll answer the questions. Because I'm going to give good stuff. I mean, if you came in here, I didn't give one piece of bad advice. So. Yeah, but you got to think Adams right now for Tyreek. I mean, Tyreek's hurt, so Adams could get hurt. That's no doubt. But I mean, you don't want to trade a healthy player for an injured player.
And as the face of not only the city of Toronto but the country of Canada.
Canada, eh? Yeah. But I like my team. Sarah's team is good, and Brute Saint, his team is very good too. And I've made a lot of moves. I made almost 60 moves, and it's only week 5. Only a crazy person that loves fantasy football goes to that length to be able to be number 1. You know what I mean? Like, you also have to be able to pick the right people too, and hopefully that they don't get hurt. So,
Without further ado, let me introduce to you my right hand of destruction, Luchasaurus.
no, Luchasaurus is coming out. Yeah, do you want me to give you that? All right, man. Before the lottery? After. Hop in, bro. Hop in. I mean, a lot of it is just discipline and a lot of hard work and reading and film study, but some of it is intuition. Sometimes in sports you see things repeat themselves, and then if I just say it, and then sometimes it comes true. So it's like with the Aaron Judge ball and the Julio ball. Still to this day, it's just wild to me, that shit actually happened to me. But I am, always on point and ready. If I'm watching a game, I'm focused. I'm not on my phone. Here we go. Jungle Boy. I love me some Jungle Boy. The Jungle Boy is dope as shit. I love the song, and it makes me think of his dad. And I know his dad's watching down on him in heaven from Beverly Hills 90210. And he's a hard worker. He's not the biggest guy. And when the crowd sings the oh, 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 kind of like they do with Seth Rollins, you can feel that love and that energy that even though he's a face, he's a good guy. I mean, he gets a lot of love from the fans. Love me some Jungle Boy. Very underrated, like Darby Allin. Yeah, he pushed the cameraman. Yeah. I know you woke up real early. If you need to go, if you're tired or whatever, you can go. I'm going to still stay, though, for probably another hour and 15 minutes because I got to try to see if anybody else will show up and maybe we can get to a good number. But, I got to make sure I grind, to the fullest potential. And if we have a great dono day, great. If it's bad, then it's bad. And if other people show up, then, but I can go till 11 my time here because, my girlfriend's daughter has school, so I can't go any later than that. That would, she needs to get some sleep. Otherwise, I'd probably stream till like midnight every day, honestly. When it's not school, though, then, streams until like 1, 2 in the morning. I mean, shit, we did one like 8-9 hour stream, so. But that was cool to see, though. We saw a lot of people come through. We probably had over 20 different people that aren't regulars of the channel come through, and I think we gave them solid advice on every single one. So. Oh yeah, I can reassemble your team, man. I can get, like I said, if you had a bad draft, I mean that's unrepairable, as you know, right? But if you tell me who you's on your team, type out your team, right? Let me know who you have. And what you got on the wire, who's on your bench. I can dump your team, get you all your shit players gone, get you better replacements, and give you more potential moving forward to hopefully finish like 500 or maybe slightly over 500. Just because you're down 1-4 doesn't mean you can't catch up and be, 6-5 after a lot of hard work. You just need to be able to be one of, I don't know how many teams make the playoffs in your thing, 4, 6. So if it's 12 man, it's probably 6. If it's 10, it's 4. So, but I can help you. All right. We've got another person, Chris Genova, in the building. What a deal. Looking to trade for a receiver. Here's my team. Any suggestions? Okay. 0.5 PPR. Perfect. Thank you for that info. Hurts, Waddle, DJ Moore, Eckler, Jones, Andrews, Thielen, Benjamin, Bench, Dobbs, Renfro, Woods, Taysom Hill, injured reserve, Jamal. Looking to trade for receiver. Hurts, Waddle. Well, Waddle, you just need him to be healthy. And if Tyreek is hurt, he'll get more looks. DJ Moore is like a bench guy now, so you're not going to worry about having DJ Moore. So you need Waddle and someone else. Thielen is going to be inconsistent. Sometimes he's going to put up, 10 to 20, but other times he'll put up 6, and it's the most frustrating thing in the fucking world. Benjamin, you got Dobbs. Dobbs, I would put in the starting lineup. So normally, like Dobbs and Waddle would probably be more upside than Waddle and DJ Moore. Renfro is a guy you could put into flex, but not right now because he's injured. So you're gonna wait on that. Robert Woods is probably, some of these guys you probably can drop and find new ones. Who do you? Can you just pick up guys on the wire? What do you have on the wire that's available right now? Because I could probably tell you to dump like Thielen and Woods, and I could probably get you 2 receivers that have more upside than what you have. So you don't even need to trade. In my league here for NWSF, trades are illegal. If you can't win by drafting your team and building it, I don't think you deserve to win a championship. That's just my league. But if people do trades all the time, it's fine. It's just a lot of people fuck people over in trades, and it makes the league fucked up. Like someone could be in 8th place and all of a sudden get to like 2nd based off someone trading them all their good players. You know what I mean? It's kind of bullshit if you're like a good team and then that comes up. So if you're 3-2, I would hold and not look to trade. I would look to see what's on the wire. Tell me who's on the wire at wide receiver, and I'll tell you who to drop to pick up that guy and if that would be better for you. I mean, I cover all 32 teams. Every single player I cover. I'm 5-0 in fantasy. I can read you my team. I've never finished lower than 3rd on every league that I've ever participated in or helped someone with. So, Everett or Schultz. If it was Everett up to prior to last week, Everett, but then he shit the bed, and then now they're going against Denver D. And then obviously the other one, Schultz, is going to be going against Eagles D. So neither one is great. But I think I would be leaning towards Schultz too. It all depends on how many targets each guy gets, because they probably won't get a lot of yards. It'll probably be like 40 yards, but if they get a tutty, that could get you 10 points. So, I would have to look to the target share the last 3 games. But if I had to take someone, I'd probably lean towards Schultz because there's probably a few more holes for Schultz to get open on the Eagles rather than Everett on the Broncos. So I think I agree with you. Is it possible that Everett has a 14-point game and Schultz has a 5? Of course. But, if you're going safe, you're going Schultz. If you're going ballsy, you're going Everett. So that's where I'm thinking. Gets. All right, here we go. Zach Wilson, Dak, Saquon, Kenneth Walker. Okay. So your running backs are in good shape, and Zach is he can take over for Dak for now. Kupp is great, Diggs is great, Godwin's great, Schultz, London is bench. London should be a bench player. Bateman, Myers, Jacoby Myers needs to be in the starting lineup over London. Dotson, DJ Dallas, McKissick, Collins, and Conklin. This is 12-man, I was going to say, because some of these players I normally wouldn't even have on my team in a 10-man, but it makes sense if you are in a 12-man. And Conklin, even though he had a shit performance, he was hitting with Flacco, so you can always have that. So yeah. Is there anybody better than Zach Wilson at quarterback that you can get? I would go maybe see what's available there, and then London would be on the bench, and I'd put in Jacoby Myers because he's got a lot of potential. 10, 18, injured his knee, 2 games gone, put up 24, and I picked him up this week. So I might even put Jacoby Myers over Godwin, and Godwin has got a green matchup, 32 of 32, which means that the Steelers are the worst at guarding the pass, and Godwin is projected for like 14 or 13, like 13-7 something, right? And I think Jacoby Myers is projected for like 12-7. It's like 1 less, but I think Myers' upside is higher. Myers might hit 18 to 30. I think Godwin is more like probably 10 to 18. So I guess, sometimes you have to take a risk, but I would just see if there's a better quarterback for you than Zach Wilson if possible. And I would put in Jacoby Myers over London if London's starting for you. Yeah, it all depends on target share. Gitz thinks it's going to go Everett. But, either one could have a good game, 10 points or more, or both could shit the bed and get 1. You know, I mean, it's kind of tough. Both defensive matchups are tough. It's like not good to have either one this week, honestly. MVS, Claypool, Boyd, Rondale Moore would be someone that you could pick up because, if there's injuries there and DeAndre Hopkins isn't coming back till next week, and if there's injuries there, Kyler could get Rondale some looks. Rondale would probably be worth picking up on there. Oh, shit. Yeah. I would go probably just Rondale Moore out of those names, and then I would drop your weakest piece that you don't care about. Whatever you feel the weakest piece is, that you have. You have to make a decision on what you think, but yeah, I probably would. And you might be able to throw him in there at like a wide receiver 2 or flex or bench and just see how it progresses with DeAndre Hopkins. But I think Rondale would be worth benching and like at least having on your roster compared to what you have right there. That would be good too. And then that's for obviously Gets. And then let's see what Chris has. So Hurts, Waddle, DJ Moore. All right, Waddle, DJ Moore, bench, Dobbs, Taysom Hill, Woods. Yeah, so in this scenario, Chris, because I was going through Gets' shit right there too, looking at the lineup. All right, so for you, Chris, I think that Robert Woods' numbers compared to Rondale, if you look at that in upside, you know what I mean? So maybe like Robert Woods you drop and you pick up Rondale Moore. Maybe Rondale has more upside, but that would be the guy that I'd probably be thinking of dropping if I was going to drop somebody. Yeah, I can help you. Drop your teams in here, and then I can help. But yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at Robert Woods' stats. Let me know what Robert Woods' stats are, if he's worth keeping or not. But if it's just like okay, you can probably drop Woods and put in Rondale, and he might be able to be a guy you play once in a while, and it could be someone to monitor rather than someone you never would play unless someone was injured. It's like how often are you going to play Robert Woods? Never. You'd be throwing Dobbs or Renfro or anybody before Woods. Woods is just like extra, right? So if you're going to have just an extra guy, find value. So you look for Rondale Moore, a guy that you could start over Renfro, Dobbs, or DJ Moore. Like maybe you go Rondale Moore and Waddle if the matchup is right, and then Rondale gives you 18 and you win. You have to look outside the box sometimes and look for those guys that have value. You know what I mean? But when I look at this, I mean, you would think Claypool would have more value and everything, but Rondale Moore is the one that has the most upside out of all those names to me. Trade Kamara and Chase for Breece Hall and Diggs. Ooh, shit. Breece Hall has been playing well, and Diggs is playing great. Breece Hall and Diggs have been playing better than AK-41 and Chase, but that doesn't mean that Kamara and Chase can turn it on because Hall could start sucking, and Diggs will still be really good. So, that's tough. That is tough because Breece Hall and Diggs are playing better now, but Kamara and Chase might play better later. So that's up to you. If you're looking for points now, then you could do the Breece Hall and the Diggs because Diggs is going to get you more stats than Chase week to week because Josh Allen is throwing. And Breece Hall has been playing better than Kamara, but I guess it just depends on if Kamara stays healthy and if he can put up stats. But, I mean, right now, Breece Hall and Diggs are playing better. So, I mean, Breece Hall's not as big of a name as Kamara, but Diggs is better than Chase this year based on looks. So that's a personal choice. There's a chance that Hall can get injured and you never get to use them. So as long as you're okay getting Diggs for Kamara and Chase and Hall is just the extra, if he gets hurt, whatever. But if he dominates, that could be really big for you. And you just have to look at Kamara's stats compared to Hall's, and Hall put up almost a 30-point game already. So if you like what you see with Hall, Diggs is better than Chase now. Chase can catch up, but that actually is a pretty fair trade. That's probably the fairest trade that I've seen today. You know what I mean? But Hall and Diggs better now, but Kamara and Chase could get better. So I guess it just depends on what you want. Who do you like better as players? Do you think Kamara can stay healthy? And if you don't think he can, then do the Breece Hall trade with Diggs. If you think Kamara is going to have a great rest of the season, then keep Kamara and Chase. But if you have any questions or you doubt about Kamara, and you're not really feeling it, Chase's numbers are down because the O-line is bad, or maybe it'll pick up. It's hard to predict. Breece Hall's numbers could be great, and he could shit the bed the rest of the year. Diggs is guaranteed. Chase's numbers will be good, but probably not as good as last year. Offensive line stinks. Kamara's numbers are down, and he's injured, and Breece Hall's numbers are up as a rookie. So I don't know, man. I guess if you want to be ballsy, fuck it, go for it. Breece Hall and Diggs. You might lose a little points from Breece Hall to Kamara, but Diggs will get you just what Chase gets you, and maybe Diggs gets you even more sometimes. It's Diggs and Chase is even. That's an even trade. Boom, straight off the board, even. But Diggs has probably got a better chance because, you got Josh Allen, the number one quarterback in fantasy. So you're getting a number one option in Diggs. But Chase can put up numbers too. And then Hall and Kamara, most people would be like, I don't know, but if you like what Breece Hall's doing, then you can go for it. So Danny Dimes and Jacoby Brissett, yeah, that's not very good options. Yeah, put it on the screen. Marquez Valdez-Scantling that was on the Packers and now on the Chiefs. That's just like the abbreviation. He's like one of the only guys that they go because the name is so fucking long. They don't want to say it. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, so they shorten it up. All right, I have Geno. Jonathan Taylor's injured, but he'll get healthy. Dobbins, Kupp, Evans, Myers. This team is actually better than your other team. Probably got to drop Vikings D. I got to see what else that you have. Mooney. I wouldn't have Mooney or McKissick or Conklin or Boone or Tony or Stafford or Vikings D. Only pieces I would have on my team are Geno, JT, Dobbins, Kupp, Evans, Myers, Hawkinson, Pierce, and I don't even know if I would have DJ Moore. Everything on the second line and the third line, I don't even think I would have on my team. You'd have to, So, half the team is good. Geno, JT, Dobbins, Kupp, Evans, Myers, Hawkinson, Pierce. That's fire. That's pretty good, considering Geno is playing good. I have him as my backup to Herbert, and I'm 5-0. But Moore, Viking D. Bass is probably worth keeping, but I don't know. I would have to look at your wire. You'd have to show me your wire and what was available, and I could rebuild your whole second and third line. You're going to probably keep Stafford, but Stafford's not doing very well. So will he turn it up? Maybe you can have him on the bench, but you might want to get a third quarterback because if you only have Stafford and Geno, you want another option. So that way, if Geno has a bad matchup, get rid of one of your bench guys that's like McKissick, who gives a fuck, Boone, who cares, right? And then grab another quarterback like a Kirk Cousins or a Zach Wilson, just someone else. So that way you have options. You always want to have options. So.
So why don't you let them fight their own battles, Matt? Hey, you're smirking at me, Isaiah. How about Friday, me and you fight on Rampage? You beat me, your contracts are free from the club. Yeah, you got this.
What, Jamal Williams? I think he's talking about Jamal Williams.
And how about this, Matt? I want something too. What do you want? Yeah, you beat me. You guys are.
Oh, Williams, rookie. Oh, yeah.
The firm also owns Matt Hardy's contract too.
Yeah. Whoa, dude, most people aren't 5-0. You know what I mean? I have one of the best teams, I think, in the world for fantasy. No joke. I usually, put in the most work. And think about it. Look at your team and look how many transactions you've made. I've made 59. It's week 5. How many people on planet Earth do you think have made 59 moves on the wire? 59 moves. When I tell people I make 100 to 250 in a season, people laugh and they're like, there's no way. But I do. But that's how you end up being top 3 every year. You always consistently have guys that you can put in the lineup. I'm going Geno Smith, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Jacoby Myers, Mark Andrews, Jeff Wilson, Cowboys D, and Jason Myers for the double dip to do points against the Cardinals because some of my other guys on my bench have red matchups. And that lineup probably doesn't sound that great. It's projected for 136. It's number 1 in the league. And this is my bench. It's a whole nother starting crew. Listen to this. Justin Herbert, Josh Jacobs on a bye, Chris Godwin, Bills D, DeAndre Hopkins, Koo at kicker, Curtis Samuel, Elijah Mitchell. So I have an all-star team, for the team overall. I mean, I got the deepest team in the league. I got depth everywhere. So if I have a guy that's injured, it doesn't matter. I have plenty of guys. None of my guys are, not going to be scoring. I could play anybody on the bench as a starter, and that's what you want. You don't want to have positions that are just sitting there. Every single person on your bench should be a guy that you could play the next week. Like that could be an option. And if you don't have that, then you need to get someone better. You know what I mean? Like you need options. Like wide receiver, I got Justin Jefferson, right? But for my number 2, I can use Chris Godwin or Jacoby Myers, right? DeAndre Hopkins next week, and I have Curtis Samuel. So you want to have options. You know what I mean? It's going to be Jay Jetta and who? The guy that's going to give me the most points, who might be Jacoby Myers, even over Godwin. So sometimes you got to get away from the name recognition. I'm going Geno Smith over Herbert. I'm going Myers over Koo. I'm going Cowboys D over Bills D. You know what I mean? And both those Ds that's tough. Cowboys got the Eagles, and they're 5-0, right? And then that's no points. And then my other one's Bills D versus Chiefs, Mahomes. So I got 2 top 3 defenses, but they have the worst matchups of the year on the same week. And I'm not going to just drop one of my players like Curtis Samuel for Bengals D, and then they get 7 points, and I lose Samuel for the year. Fuck that. Sometimes you just have to stay with whatever you got, whatever you think the best option is. And if you get 0, fuck it. Hopefully you still win. And I had 0 points with my kicker last week with Koo, and I won, in my league with 8 guys, and I was down 15. And I had Josh Jacobs, and somehow, some way that happened. And with 8 people, I scored the most points of the season, 165. So, you just have to be able to have those pieces and move shit around. Trade away Hollywood and Pollard for CD and Najee. Do you like what you're getting with Hollywood and Pollard? Hollywood and Pollard are more positive now. CD and Najee could be positive later. So I guess it just depends on what you want. Do you want now production, Hollywood and Pollard? Or do you want possible better production for CD and Najee later? So that's up to you. That's a personal decision. Najee's a starter. Pollard's a backup. But Najee hasn't been playing very well. But we saw what he did last year as a rookie or a couple years ago. Like Najee, can get you 10 to 20 points normally, but that offensive line stinks. But if you see more value out of Najee than Pollard, and you think CD and Hollywood, and yeah, I think CD and Najee would be probably the better players to have. Hollywood and Pollard might get better numbers now, but are you really playing Hollywood and Pollard? Maybe Hollywood, but Pollard is on your bench. CD and Najee could be starters. So I think I go for the guys that have the more upside. So I think I'm going to go CD and Najee. I think I would do that. It might not work out, but like I said, it's not like you're losing a lot for Pollard. Like most people don't even play him. And Hollywood, you fucking lose him. Fuck it. Get another one. You'll find another receiver on the wire. So I think CD is a better receiver, and Najee has struggles, but there's opportunity to put up 30 points between the two of them, CD and Najee, once they get going. So I think I go CD, Najee, make the trade. Oh, it's 12 man. Oh, I don't know. You can type it in, like options, or, if you want to send it to me on Instagram or Twitter or whatever. If you want to do a screenshot, you can do that. So, yeah, but normally my lineup, so just to give you kind of the domination, just so you can hear it, but this is my normal lineup. All right. So my power lineup in fantasy, right? So if I get my way and everyone's healthy, Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, and Koo. That would be my, that's my main. I'm going to put up 150 to 200 points, and then you got, guys like, Jeff Wilson on the bench, DeAndre Hopkins I drafted, Curtis Samuel, Cowboys D or Bills D, 2 of the top 3 defenses. That never happens. Geno Smith, Elijah Mitchell, Jacoby Myers. So it's even though I got lower name guys, I got guys that can put up a shitload of points. And that's what you need to find, the Geno Smiths and the Jacoby Myers. And if you can find those, they can help you win a championship. So Okay. Yeah, if you follow me on there, I'll follow you back, and then you can send me a message or whatever, and I can see a screenshot that way. Fantasy football is tough. You know what I mean? And I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm 40, even though I don't look like it. Most people think I'm 20 or 30, but I mean, I'm 40. So it's like I do a lot of reading, and I'm on the fantasy app during fantasy season. I'm no joke, probably 6 hours a day, like bouncing back and forth in the morning, afternoon, monitoring the wire and reading about my players and looking at the opponent and looking at my schedule in advance. Like, I'm always taking looks at everything. So. We got 52 minutes.
Overhead belly button throw there by another one. And Nick Camarado, almost 300 pounds, just 290 pounds of Wardlow, able to toss him with ease. Powerful, the range individual is Camarado for sure.
Yeah, so it's just on Twitter. You can just type in NW Sports Fanatics, or it'll be at Orion ORION _ NWSF. So you can do that. There's Northwest Sports Fanatics. You can do either way, Northwest Sports Fanatics or my name. All right, I found you. All right, follow back. Okay, now send me a message. All right, send it now. You can send me a message, and I'll do that. Hey, Ollie, how are you? So I'm answering fantasy football stuff. All right, this is your wire then that you sent me. Perfect. All right, Gits. Holly, yeah, I'm sorry that you had your power go out, but great news. I emailed Mitchell and Ness. Holly, I emailed Mitchell and Ness because I haven't heard from them, and you should be getting your order tomorrow. Derek Thomas jerseys tomorrow, hopefully. That's what it said. So tomorrow, Derek Thomas jerseys incoming. Derek Thomas from O-Dog with love.
Take a look, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are so disappointed.
Yeah, that's some pretty good depth. You 4-1. That's a good team with 12-man too, because some 10-man teams don't look that good. So you just got to have that good depth, and you have to have options at running back and wide receiver. It's very critical. Yes, I know you probably had. So bring some light, like literatively, figuratively, some actual light, some power, and to brighten your day with some Derek Thomas. We missed you. Yeah, so I just decided to do the baseball playoff games were on, but I was just let's talk NFL, fantasy football. And we had 20 different people come in that I've never seen before, just ask fantasy questions. So I guess now this will be something maybe I do on Wednesdays, because I was going to start the fantasy show next year, so that way I could do it on a particular day and figure out, but doing it on a Wednesday night kind of makes sense because the wire, hits, and then the first games are tomorrow, and then you have your week, Thursday night game, and then you go. So to have a show on Wednesday to help people get everything squared away is ideal. So, yes, get Trevor Lawrence on there. I would keep probably Stafford, but if there's someone else that you can pick, drop, and that you can have T-Law and Stafford and your quarterback that you have. Do you have Geno? What is that team that you have? Do you have Geno and Stafford? So to have Geno, Stafford, and T-Law, that would be ideal. So that way you could bounce around. But yeah, definitely Trevor Lawrence is worth grabbing there. Nobody on the other screen for the wide receiver there. Nothing on the running back side that's really immediate. Tight end, I mean, you don't need Evan Ingram, but if that was like something you needed, I get, you don't need it though.
10. I mean, it's the pinnacle of professional.
Yeah, so if it was me, dropping like a McKissick and then picking up Trevor Lawrence. If you can have three quarterbacks, so that way you have Stafford, you have Trevor Lawrence, and you have Geno, and just drop McKissick or McKissick or Boone, one of those, whatever one you don't like, and then if you want to drop McKissick and then grab, the third quarterback, that's what I would recommend. Having three is ideal when you don't know what's going on. Yeah, and that was weird. I didn't expect to have 20 random people come through and start asking questions. And I know sometimes it will happen, but I usually don't label the video fantasy football. But I mean, fantasy football is a big thing. And once you start giving good information, people start coming, and then hopefully we can get like on a nice little dono train or something. So, but how are you besides the power going out? I'm so excited that your clothes are coming. And then the Mariners play tomorrow. And then if they win at least one game on Thursday or Saturday, I go Sunday. But then that means I can't do Bills, Chiefs, or Eagles and Cowboys, which is kind of sad, or NASCAR. But I'll be at game 4 because the tickets are like $800 to $1,000. So I got to hope the Mariners win. But if they get swept, then I can at least stay home and I can do the Bills and Chiefs and I can do the Eagles. But I would love to go to a playoff game. I mean, I would hate to lose, but just to be there would be really exciting, and I could buy some merch when I'm there too. So I got to start AEW over again. We got 45 minutes. We're going to stay till 11 o'clock because that's about as late as I can go until the girlfriend's daughter has to go to school, and so we don't want to be we want to be respectful. So, and I can do some more reading and film study and whatnot. We missed you. We love you. So excited for you. Gifts galore. I'm so jealous. I can't wait for you to take a picture and just try it on and just smile in the mirror. And you'll just be like looking at yourself and be like, damn, I look good. The Derek Thomas will be doing the Derek Thomas dance, right? In the mirror. It's going to be sweet. And I'm really excited to see what that long sleeve Derek Thomas feels like. It's got the patches on it. It's just like it complements you. So you can do like either one. Hopefully they fit good. I'm open. I did medium. So hopefully everything is good. And it fits nice and snug and it's warm and comfortable. Great quality. It's Mitchell & Ness. But I just hope that, so if you don't want to wear a jersey, you could like wear the long sleeve. Like it doesn't have to be for a game. Like the long sleeve one, you might be able to wear to like the grocery store, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm dressing up, but it'll be just a cool accessory to have other than the jersey because you'll have two. So very cool. And I've never tried on one of those long sleeves, but for my friends that have, they say it's awesome. So I was like, I'm more of like arms open, legs open. Like I don't like to have shorts or shirts. I like cut off short and shirt, I like to have the breathability because I get hot really quick, but yeah, but I was not expecting that. That was crazy. Yeah, we had like 20 different people. It was wild. Oh, Dodgers, yeah. But the Padres are, baseball is the most cruel sport because, you can be like doing really, really good and then just have one bad pitcher and then all of a sudden you can lose. It's like football, the wins are a little bit more like you can kind of see it. Hockey, basketball, you can see it, but baseball, the comebacks and the cruelty from like being up 8-1 and then losing 9-8. It's like, I don't think there's a sport more cruel than baseball, especially when looks like you won. And then in NFL you do, in NBA you do, but then all of a sudden it's baseball. Some crazy stuff happens. And then just like the Uncle Mo is so rampant. Uncle Momentum. Thank you. I know my dad's probably not very happy.
It feels great to be back in Toronto.
Oh, chiropractor. And we're really excited for the Thursday night matchup, aren't we? Well, this is like the best matchup of all time for Thursday. They got to get these Thursday matchups better. The Commandos versus the Bears. Ouch. That's rough.
This guarantee is 100%. It's like the Toronto Maple Leafs losing in the first round of the playoffs guarantee. It's pretty stiff.
All right, Caden. So the only, one as I, like I said, I'd get rid of like McKissick, probably maybe go get rid of him and then pick up Trevor Lawrence if you're able to do that. That's what I definitely would do. Oh, no. Oh, it's not to bring the chat down. We care about you. We want to make sure that you're okay and you have the proper support. A good support system can go a long ways. I'm sorry to hear that. Is it like for sure, or is it like kind of wait and see type of thing? Well, I mean, me and Sarah got your back. Well, everyone in the NWSF has your back. So, yeah. And yes, you're not bringing it down. We care about each other here, remember? So we got you. Yeah. Christian Kirk or Brian Robinson. I think Christian Kirk's value as the number one wide receiver with Trevor Lawrence has more upside than Robinson, so I go Kirk. I knew you were going to say that. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly. I got your back no matter what. So we'll make sure, we give the best love and support that we can from where we are. And, some special gifts might be coming your way. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. But like I said, I know you're tough and, you're smart and, you're resourceful and you got some really good people that care about you. So I imagine that you're probably scared a little bit and, a little uneasy, but, we'll be there every step of the way. So if it does come to like a surgery, if you have to go that route, hopefully it doesn't get to that point, or if it is already something you have to do, we'll help you through it for sure.
Stay focused for sure on his former best buddy, that Luchasaurus, for sure. I agree with that. So Luchasaurus tried to grab Jungle Boy around the throat. Jungle Boy Jack Perry avoiding contact, but couldn't avoid that. The power of Luchasaurus, he caught him. And now perhaps
Trying to scroll down and get some.
Christian, I gotta say, man, somehow, some way, and I gotta give you credit, man. You got in that head.
Here we go.
Luchasaurus to just destroy that.
There we go. Little Tommy can go a long way.
The same thing I tried to do with Jungle Boy from the start, but Jungle Boy started getting too big for his britches. He started believing his own hype that he really was a pillar of this company, but he had a long way to go. Scratch that. He doesn't have what it takes. Trust me. I've been there with him. I've had those conversations with Luchasaurus.
All right. 20. Let's get to a hundo.
What was that, Sir Gerald? What did you say, Gerald?
All right, what do we want to do this last? I already been doing fantasy football stuff for like literally 3 hours and 20 minutes. So if we want to do food, we can go that route. Whatever you guys want to do. If we want to look at animals, we want to do food, whatever you guys want for the goats. I've already done the fantasy football stuff here. So now we got some goats in here. And if we want to be able to go that route,
Guess what?
But I don't mind. We can do pets. We can do food. Whatever you guys are feeling for the last 39 minutes. Like I said, if people want more fantasy questions, they can follow me on Twitter or Instagram, or or I can obviously do another video on next Wednesday. If this is something that they want me to do. I mean, it definitely got more people than I thought that were going to come in, and I figured it would just be our regulars that would come in and we'd just kind of hang out. And I didn't really think anybody was going to come in and start asking questions about fantasy, but I think they know your boy's good. Yeah, no problem. I got you, regardless of dono or not. But I'm so happy that you came in after your power went out. And sometimes it's just nice to talk to friends. It's like everyone goes through good days and bad days. And when you have great friends that are always positive and always uplifting, that always, inspire you to do more and to better yourself, it's like you need to level up with friends sometimes. Sometimes if you have bad friends, they can bring you down. But if you level up your friends and you're around people that inspire you and that make you want to do better, and you can really change your life, eliminating the bad eggs and being able to associate yourself with goats, and you can get through anything if you have the support. So do you play Eagles D? Yeah, you could definitely play Eagles D against the Cowboys offense. Absolutely. Shit, I'm playing the Cowboys defense against the Eagles offense. So, I mean, I got to hope that they play great defense, but Eagles could win, but Dallas could get the upset. It could be the Eagles' first loss. It's a trap game, and they went to Los Angeles and won. So I think that the Cowboys can win in Philadelphia, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're here. No matter what, I know you got a lot of other YouTube channels and other stuff that you kind of go through. But I know for a fact the connection, with me and the other people in the room is stronger here. And, if you need a little bit of love and a little bit of encouragement, we can definitely do that here. No doubt. So, I mean, that's what I do here. It's an interactive stream, right? And sometimes you got to let that emotion out, but eventually we'll get back to normal, Tommy. And, life is difficult, and, you never want to feel that you're at it alone, or if you got friends that live in your hometown state that aren't as reliable. I mean, I think all of us have friends that we wish that were closer, not everyone can be like us, like the goats, and the bonds are good. So no matter, if people got bad news or news that they think is going to bring it, the chat down, it's never, if anything, it's going to make us, more focused and, appreciate who we have and make sure that we root for each other. That's what really makes life interesting. When you can actually have people that genuinely want you to win at whatever you're doing. There's just so much competition and hate out there. It's just nice to be able to actually have like one big family and support each other. So yeah, anytime you get into that place, you can always message me or hop on the stream, because I stream every day. So, I mean, I would definitely, I think that even if you're in a horrible state of mind, you hang out with me and Sarah and the goats for 30 minutes even, or 15, and then you leave, you're probably better off in that 15 minutes than you were prior to that. So, we definitely are going to be a fun bunch. And yeah, we love you. And like I said, yeah, I mean, yeah, big hugs, Too bad we can't have like a Derek Thomas party where we just have all the goats there and we're all wearing Derek Thomas gear and watching old Chief games, But I'm so excited that your stuff is coming, and let me see here. And I knew you were going to say something about the leg comment too, because I knew it sounded funny when it came out. I was like, oh, Holly or someone's going to comment on the leg comment. I can always count on you for a laugh. Always. Space Kitty, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, but whatever I can do to help people out when they're having a bad day, that takes priority, So it's not going to be the same person every day. Sometimes it's going to be one person, other times it's going to be someone else, but it's up to the people to come together to help people out if they really do genuinely care. And obviously actions speak louder than words. Words are something, but you want to make sure that you're coming through, especially if you're talking a big talk and you don't come through, then, you lose that trust and that interest from, that other friend. And we sometimes have to acknowledge that. But what we have here is 100% genuine. So that's what really is odd, but it's really special. Bang, 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 bang. I mean, it's nice to be able to have really good friendships, I mean, I wish I could have friendships with some of you guys that I have, in the room than I have here in my hometown. But a lot of people and their priorities, they want to party. Some of them are partying very hard, drinking hard, partying hard, quotation marks, partying. And then, people doing all kinds of stuff and offering me stuff that I shouldn't be doing. And, I just need to be able to stay focused, stay sober, and, keep exercising, eating better, and spending time with you guys and reporting sports and wrestling and whatever's going on planet Earth. And we have a great time, doing it. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you. The Space Kitty. What do you think of MBS for the Chiefs? There's potential there with him and Juju and Sky Moore. I mean, I think a lot of it just depends on the flow of the game. But I mean, I think it's a good asset to have. It's good to have MBS rather than not. I mean, it's just going to be kind of a target share battle with all the players other than Kelsey. We already know the ball's going there, but as far as who's getting a lot of looks in the future, it's going to be a different player every game. So, but I don't mind him. I think he's a good asset for you guys. I imagine the Packers wish they still had him. 40. Yeah, because we always, I mean, if anything, like I feel with me and the people in the room and the pictures, that we can single-handedly make someone's mood turn around quicker than anybody else. Like I said, a picture can tell you 1,000 words, they say, right? And it really does. I mean, like you could be in a shitty mood. All of a sudden I throw up some fucking delicious, like crazy seafood photos. And then you start to crack a smile and you go from having a 0 day or a 1, and then it goes up to maybe a 3 or a 4. Like, you can kind of see a little bit of glimmer of hope and stay a little bit longer. Maybe it turns into a 6. And then maybe by the time the end of the stream, you're at a 7. It's still not better, but you're better than what you were, Tendara Hara. Thank you. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang. Let's go, baby. Yes. How about Matthew Wright setting a field goal record at Arrowhead as a replacement kicker? Still not Butker, but pretty cool. Hey, but also what we need to talk about, as like I was reading your tweet and I was looking on Twitter as well. The amount of people that are backing Devontae Adams' behavior that was okay because he's a superstar is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like they said there was other photographers and other media people saying that they've never had to pursue charges. That's his experience. But if someone blatantly gets pushed like that, I mean, I don't blame them. And it's one thing to apologize on Twitter afterwards, but that wasn't okay to do. And people trying to give him a free pass because he's a top 4 receiver in the NFL is ridiculous. But that's how it shows you society thinks the better of the athlete you are, or the better singer, or the better whatever, you get away with more. Not to everyone, but to some people's eyes, they can give you like a quote unquote free pass, which is a little ridiculous. But yeah, I do like the record, and we definitely need Butker back. But yeah, Matthew Wright, he came up pretty clutch for you most of the time. For as good as a Amendola, type of kicker like this, you're not going to be able to have a great player, but. I appreciate you. Look at that. And Tommy's just chilling right there. Focused. Laser focused. Looking at the grass and the ball. Finger placement, everything there. Knee. Proper bend. Beautiful. Yeah. It is. Well, especially for you, you're really private. You know what I mean? It's like you don't really open up to too many people. You're very reserved, and you have a right to being, you know. Not everyone is going to be just super outgoing, and, you know, especially if you've been burned by friends or family or boyfriends or, you know, people in your life and stuff. It makes it more difficult to be more like loving and, you know, kind of kind. You know, but I think a lot of us in the room, you know, we are that way. Sometimes we'll get burned, but we don't let it define who we are. We don't let it like, okay, this person fucked me over, so I'm going to be an asshole for the rest of my life and fuck everyone else over because that person fucked me over. And that's a maturity thing. You know, you understand that that's not the best way to go, even if you feel that way sometimes, you know. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was. Jameson, congratulations. 3-0 Braves over the Phillies. Congrats. And I know that can be difficult, but sometimes, you know, having a heart-to-heart or even having a cry, you know, or watching like a Grey's Anatomy or Good Doctor, sometimes it's good to be able to get something like that in. You know what really makes me happy when my you know, heart hurts or I'm just like not in a good place. Sometimes when I'll watch like Life Below Zero and I can see that, you know, I have HD TV and or 4K, you know, you can see the snow and it shows people living that, you know, self-sufficient lifestyle, and I can see mountains and water and I can see snow. I don't know what it is about that, but it makes me happy. It's like I know that I can't live that lifestyle and I don't, you know, it's very difficult just to be self-sufficient to get your own food and wood, but something about the visuals of seeing Alaska with the water and the fishing and then the mountains and the sunsets and the snow, and I don't know what it is, but like I can watch those programs, be in a shitty mood, watch it for an hour, and I'm like better. Like I don't know, just water and snow and the visuals and just the people in there and how they live and how they treat each other. And sometimes you need to find what that is. Also, what really is good for me is Simpsons. I can put the Simpsons on any episode. I can turn it on. I record it every day, and I usually watch 2 hours every day. And it just makes me laugh, puts me in a good mood, reminds me of my childhood. And, you know, that's the single thing that helps me get through a tough time is finding your Simpsons. Mine is Simpsons. What is yours? And then, you know, sometimes just having that song or that show, other than this, you know, place can definitely help with that too. But, you know, everyone's got to find that they're Simpsons, you know. Oh, Bandit looking handsome. A handsome Bandit. Oh, my God. Are they really? How ridiculous is that? That is ridiculous.
So why don't you let them fight their own battles, Matt? Hey, you're smirking at me, Isaiah. How about Friday, me and you fight on Rampage? You beat me, your contracts are free from the floor. Yeah, you got this. You got this. You got the home. You can win this ass.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, some fans of sports are so immature. You know what I mean? Like everyone wants to be a keyboard warrior on Twitter. You get like these people that are, you know, saying offensive language to other races of people or, you know, talking shit to them as an athlete. And like, you know, obviously they wouldn't be saying this shit face to face and being like mean or rude or racist. It's just, yeah, it's just so unfortunate when we get the younger generation and even some of the older generation just being stupid. Like Bob's Burgers. I love that too. There you go. But the thing is though, do you watch Bob's Burgers every day? And if you don't, try. Spend 30 minutes of your day before you go to bed to watch 30 minutes of Bob's Burgers. You know, you can just find it, you know, on DVR or, you know, find it somewhere. But yeah, I watch Bob. I like that show, Simpsons. I don't really watch Family Guy and South Park really anymore. You know what I mean? I get it, the raunchiness of it and stuff, but I like Rick and Morty. But Simpsons is my go-to, and I'll watch King of the Hill. King of the Hill is really good for me too, good for my soul. Bobby makes me laugh like every day. So Yeah, Family Guy's raunchy. It's got some good stuff. But yeah, if you watch one episode a day when you're having a good day or bad day, and you take that 30 minutes for yourself, it really does make a huge difference. And you look forward to it. You know what I mean? Maybe you had a good day, and then that just is like one little thing that you can, play on your phone or read, and you have that in the background, or, just to watch and, pep up the mood, maybe eat some food while you watch it, but it's just nice to be able to have that 20 to 30 minutes, whether it's music or a show. For me, it helps me tremendously, because when I don't watch Simpsons, I feel lost. Like, I'm like, damn, I'm like, something's wrong with me. Like, I need that comfort, that I had when I was a kid, and it's been on. I'm 40. That shit has been on since I was like 6 years old. I mean, this has been 34 years of my life. It's been like the most consistent thing in my life. So it's like, no wonder I love it, Yeah, but we'll always be here. We'll always take care of you. And I always throw up some amazing Tommy for you. So what do we want to do? Do we want to go into food here for the last 23 minutes? We can let Holly choose. Holly, you want corgis? You want baby penguins? Do we want to go animals, food, whatever you want? I know animals and food would probably be the best, unless you have something else that you want me to specifically do, like bands or anything like that. But you let me know what would make you the happiest Holly in the world, and I will take care of you. And then, boom, you'll get Derek Thomas, and your life will be better with amazing jerseys, and that'll make me happy. And then Megan got her 12 chain from me and Collegiate Art Designs. So we got that sent up to her based off the Oregon Duck stream where she donated the most. And instead of giving her a duck chain, I remembered that my guy made a Seahawk chain for one individual like last year. And I asked him if he had a duplicate of it. And I thought that would be a great gift for Megan to wear at the game this weekend and take back to Australia. And she got it. So yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, and those chains usually run like $100 to $200 because it's a custom job. And the guy cuts it with his own laser cutter, and, he's officially licensed through the NCAA, but I couldn't think of a cooler, more unique item. Megan's got plenty of money, and she's going to buy jerseys and pops and bobbleheads, but I wanted to be able to try to find stuff for people that is a little bit, more higher quality, or rare, or something unique and different. So I just worked out that the 12 chain was available, that I remembered that my buddy did. So, but I'll let you guys decide what you guys want to do. And like I said, we got 21 minutes. So let's make the 21 minutes the best fucking 21 minutes we can together. And anything anyone has to say, just let it in the chat. Let me help you if I can. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow for Thursday Night Football for the best football game of the year, for the Commandos versus the Bears. We all know we're going to be on the edge of our seats for that. So, but let me know. Food, penguins, food and penguins.
All Elite Wrestling Dynamite live starts now on TBS.
Yeah, you love country music, Jameson. How did you enjoy that Elvis movie? Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, the chat will be more interesting than the game. So, I don't know. I just have to put on the grind. And I would do Mariners instead of that, but they play at 12, and I'm not going to have access to the studio, which is really crappy. But Dalton Schultz or Will Dissly. Wow, that's tough. I'd have to look at the stats, and you'd have to give me what the numbers were the last couple weeks, but I'd probably lean towards more Schultz than Dissly, but both could score or both could do crappy and get 1 point. Everyone's coming through with they're like, oh, this guy's still going, so I'm going to ask my questions. It's like 30 different people coming through. So who to start between Brady versus Steelers, Herbert versus Denver? Brady versus Steelers. The Steelers have the worst pass defense. They're ranked 32 out of 32 teams. It's a green matchup. Herbert versus Denver. Denver D is too good. And then you got CMC, Saquon, Stevenson, Lamb, AJ Brown, Pittman. 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and 1 flex. Okay, so Brady, and then Saquon for sure. I don't know about CMC's status. I'd have to read up on that. So you could always go Saquon and Stevenson or Saquon and CMC if he's healthy. And then 2 wide receivers. AJ Brown for sure. And then probably CeeDee Lamb. And then whoever your flex is. So that's where I would go. No problem, bro. I got you. It's crazy. Like 20 to 30 people just coming through. But hey, you got to know what you're talking about. I try to be a man of the people.
Without further ado, let me introduce to you my right hand of destruction, Luchasaurus.
I spent a lot of time with Paisley today. It was fun. I try to spend as much time as I can. We keep coming through. Who wins? Lamar for Herbert, Garrett Wilson, and Eli Mitchell. Oh, man. I mean, 3 for 1. I mean, Elijah Mitchell is going to be the starter. Herbert's injured and Garrett Wilson. Gosh, a 3 for 1 is very tempting, but you probably would want to stick with Lamar just because if you're like in 3rd place, Lamar might get you 20 to 40 points and it might get you to the championship, just depending on how deep the rest of the team is. Herbert's injured. Garrett Wilson is on and off, and Eli Mitchell will be healthy, but that's later. So I would probably stick with Lamar. That's what I would do. They keep coming. Judy and Taysom Hill for Damian Harris. I mean, Taysom Hill is going to be hit or miss, and Judy's not really reliable. So Damian Harris is the better player. So I guess if you want to do the Damian Harris trade and you trade Judy and Taysom for Damian, I think I would do that. It's crazy. So many people coming through. I was not expecting this tonight. And then down the road, then we can get some donos off the questions and the answers. I did that for you. Yeah, she loves it. And you know, anyone that's going to support me, you know, and put up the donos and whatnot. So, and I'll have to try to get you something, Jameson, as well. I got to go down the list of each goat and try to take care of everyone. And I'll try to get you something very cool, very unique Titans or Braves. I'll hook you up. Oh, nice. Do you like Mitch? He's very good at broadcasting, isn't he? So Stevenson or Pittman for flex? Oh, man. I mean, Matt Ryan hasn't been playing very good. I mean, if Matt Ryan connects with Pittman, they would probably be Pittman, but they haven't really been playing very well. So Stevenson's probably the safer bet. You know what I mean? But you can go either way. I mean, both guys could hit, both guys could get 0, you know, or very low, 5 points or less, or both guys could get 15. So I guess it just depends on what you feel comfortable with, and you have to look at Pittman's targets and compare that to Stevenson's, carries, and you can make the decision based off the points the last 3 weeks, who you feel the most comfortable with. You know, I would probably be leaning towards more the running back than the wide receiver. Big Bang Theory, the blonde, Kaylee Coco, the blonde girl. Yeah, Tyler Boyd is droppable. Yes, I figured he's like a Vin Scully, like a long time voice. Yeah, me and Sarah are just paths because we know all these random facts and things. Let me get you some more penguins. This is cheer up holiday, even though the fantasy football questions keep pouring in 4 hours straight, and they just continuously have been pouring in. And people I've never heard of before, never have been in here before. They just randomly found my channel, and they're like, "Oh, let me see if this guy knows what he's talking about." Now, if we can start getting like $5 to $10 donos per question, then we're in business. Then I can buy more stuff for the goats. Start getting $5 per question, or 10 or whatever, or 20, and then boom, 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 and more cool things for the goats. Is it bad that I want to go to the Mariner game, but I also don't want to miss like NASCAR, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles, Cowboys? Like, I want to go to the game, but I don't want to go and see them lose. And obviously I want them to win tomorrow and Saturday, so it could be like the clinching game, to go there would be awesome. But I don't want to not record Bills and Chiefs and Eagles and Cowboys. It's like, I'm kind of torn. I want to do everything. I want to watch, I want to watch the playoff game in person, but I also want to watch those games and be on here on YouTube. So no problem, man. I got you. Oh, okay, Jameson. Well, based on what you read about it, or what people described to you, I heard it got some pretty good reviews and whatnot. I haven't seen it yet, but I figured, with the way that with your partial vision, and then with the technology that you have, it can kind of give you an idea of what certain things are, for programs and stuff in baseball that you follow. So.
I bring the color by being in the ring and beat people up. I bring the color by never giving up.
What's a dynasty trade value of Lamar? Well, Lamar is someone you probably want to hang on to, because if he doesn't stay with the Ravens, he probably will go to the Dolphins, and then he's just going to be a guy that is even more valuable. So anybody that can throw up 20 to 40 in fantasy that's not named Josh Allen or Mahomes is probably a guy that you want to keep, because if you have Lamar, you're probably third or fourth in your league. So if you have Lamar, you probably want to hang on to him. And then if he gets better weapons to throw to, then his numbers through the air will be crazy. And then maybe the numbers on the ground will even be higher. So, yeah, Lamar is someone you probably would not want to lose in fantasy. Yeah, seriously. We have like 30 people come through here in like 4 hours. And, subscribe, yo. Subscribe. Smash the like button. Donate life savings to ODog for fantasy advice. I know, the first career underdog at Arrowhead, because the Bills are favored in every game, but I still got the Chiefs winning though. So tough game. Said buying Lamar, guy wants Mixon. So what are we talking about? Lamar for Mixon? Or what are we saying? You have Lamar already on your team, and someone wants Mixon from your team?
We have enough to splurge on catnip toys. I feel so accomplished. Pet me, please. Great prices, happy pets. Chewy.
We're the packing and shipping store, the two-sided color printing store. We're everything your small business needs to make it everything it should be. The one-stop, secret weapon to make a lot of noise and be unstoppable store. The UPS store.
When someone is having a tough day, I can do my best to make things better. And I can answer fantasy football questions apparently for 4 hours straight as well. It's Lamar and Juju for Mixon and Curtis Samuel. Curtis is your wide receiver too, though. Yeah, I could probably find you another wide receiver. I mean, who do you have at quarterback right now? So you have Mixon and Samuel, and you get Lamar and Juju in return, or you have Curtis. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you have to decide value what's going to be best for you based off quarterback. You have Stafford, Geno, and Russ. Okay. Well, you could probably, and yes, get Lamar and Juju. Okay. Yeah, I could find you a wide receiver. So, yeah, get Lamar and Juju, and then you could probably drop Stafford and Russ, and then you could just use Lamar and Geno. That's probably what you would want to do, is just have Lamar and Geno, and then you could drop Stafford and Russ, and then find other wide receivers for those people that you drop, because, those two would be able to get you stats every week, Lamar and Geno. Russ and Stafford, it's up and down. It's bad this year, right? And Juju, you could keep on the bench, or you could drop him. I mean, it just depends on who else is on the wire, so... Yeah, Fournette, Aaron Jones, and Eckler. Okay. Yeah, getting Lamar would be smart to do. Get Lamar, get a good quarterback, then drop Stafford and Russ, and then you can have Lamar and Geno. Yeah, it's crazy. These football questions. I mean, like I said, if you don't know stats and you don't know all the players and stuff, anybody that comes in, it's just like, for football information or advice, it's like betting. It's like you either know or you don't. I mean, the commitment level that I have to read for this channel is on another level. Because I'm not only doing it for the channel purposes. Fantasy football is a whole nother animal. I even have to go deeper than I go normally because I have to be able to get more info. So, but it's worth it. I mean, if you're going to be doing a channel about sports and everything, you should know what you're talking about. Puppies. Fournette, Aaron Jones, Eckler. I mean, all those options. And Montgomery is usually pretty good, even though he's a lower name because he gets a lot of opportunities. But it's all about health, and I would say Fournette and Eckler are your two best. And then Aaron Jones is like a flex, and then Montgomery is a guy that you could look at as well. But I think Fournette and Eckler are your those are your solid pieces. Yep. Yeah, I think he can keep doing it. I mean, he's consistent. They moved on from Melvin Gordon for him years ago, and Eckler is probably the best pass catcher, but Herbert's injured, so he's going to have limitations. His numbers, everyone's numbers will be slightly down, but hopefully Herbert can give him plenty of opportunities, handing off, but he might not just get as many passing attempts as if Herbert was healthy. But I think that they can definitely keep it up. If there's a team that could overachieve and get to be the third or fourth team behind the Bills and the Chiefs, it definitely is the Chargers, but their just defense right now stinks and they're injured. So. I'll give you some updates, Holly, if I get any more updates on the stuff. Thank you so much, Space Kitty, with a $10 hara from a little while ago, 10 minutes ago, because O-Dog is slow dog. Thank you. Saving the stream again. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. Newbies just came in. I mean, we had I don't know how many people came in, 20 to 30. I was not expecting that, but. Oh, yeah. Montgomery, Jones, Eckler, Fournette mix. There you go. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I usually my running backs are Saquon, Nick Chubb, and Josh Jacobs. So I got 3 of the top 4. So I mean, normally that never happens, but every once in a while, you know, you can really get lucky. And I drafted Jefferson number 2. So I mean, it just depends. Every year is different in fantasy, and injuries can crush you. So okay, this time is for you, Holly. So we're gonna make sure that we make you feel better in these last 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, but I've also made like 60 moves on the wire, which is I don't know. I mean, I play Sarah, who's 5-0, and she's very, very good too. Holly's got a good team, but just has bad luck. She's got like the 3rd most points in the league, but is like a 1-4 record, which is unfair. And then I got another guy, Brute Saint. But I mean, I got Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Wilson, Bills D, and I got Jason Myers just for this game. And then I have Josh Jacobs, Hopkins, Koo, Samuel, Cowboys D, Geno Smith, Jacoby Myers, Elijah Mitchell. So but my lineup this week will be Geno, and then I'm going to go Jason Myers with a double dip. I'm betting on that the Seahawks are going to beat the Cardinals. So. But I will message you, Holly, once I get any more information or whatever. But yeah, it sounds like it should be there tomorrow. That makes me like super excited. Mixon. Yeah, I mean, the offensive line stinks, though, but he still gets a lot of opportunities. So even if the offensive line is, like, horrible for the Bengals, like, Mixon is usually good for 8 to 18 points every week. So, yeah, I thought that would make you feel better. Try to just get as much as I can in here for you. I mean, obviously, if I could stay for another hour, I would. But, you know, girlfriend's daughter needs sleep, and I'm too loud. I'm a crazy foo. You know, I'm always loud and obnoxious, and I'm not really obnoxious, I don't think, but I'm just loud. So, but I appreciate you with all your tremendous love and support. And like I said, we're going to be here for you no matter what. So, you know, surgery, no surgery, whatever. I am a crazy foo. But I got your back. You need something, you message me. You message Sarah. Don't hold anything in. You can always come, you know, on the stream, but you can always message me anytime, or Sarah. You know, I think you know that, and I know sometimes that might be, you know, uncomfortable because, like I said, it's kind of, you know, you build friendships, and sometimes it's kind of like you get kind of taken back, you know, based off the bond, you know. So it doesn't matter how long you've known someone. It's really the connection you have. You know, you can know someone for a year and be closer to one of your friends that's in your hometown that you've known for 20. So it's just, you know, it's all about the, you know, words and the actions and everything else. So yeah, so let's do some food real quick before we got time real quick here. What do we want to do for food, Sarah? And I'll throw up like 4, 5, 6 photos of food and we can call it, because I am a crazy foo. Thank you so much, Holly, for, okay, perfect. Let's do that. Now I just have to be like super quiet, like I'm not doing anything. Shh.
Hey, you're smirking at me, Isaiah. How about Friday, me and you fight on Rampage? You beat me, your contracts are free from the club. Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it.
How can that not make you feel better? Beautiful.
And how about this, man? I want something too. What do you want? Yeah. You beat me, you guys are free. I just want to go and eat the Page wins. The firm also owns Matt Hardy's contract too. Yeah. It's okay. You got this. Yeah. So you got this. You got the Hardy. Right. Facts. You got this.
Yeah, I thought we would probably get like an hour in of like food stuff, but man, those fantasy questions kept coming in like nonstop throughout like the whole show. Like I was not, I mean, that's good. You know, there could be another opportunity for, you know, potential subs, views, and potential donos, and maybe new members of Fanatic Fam possibly. And then once I, give out the knowledge and then they win off of that knowledge, and then maybe next time, a sub will come or a dono will come and we can build something on top of what we already have been building. So I just like spending time with you guys.
We have to share our signal with the entire neighborhood. Yeah, now we do some weird things to get our speeds. Come on, kids. This sucks. Well, if you just switch, maybe you don't have to be there.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, to really use the V word. Kind of insensitive. We prefer pro-lunar.
Yes. Much better.
The most anti-abortion group in Oregon wants Christine Drazen to be our next governor. She's been endorsed by the NRA for years. Now Drazen is supported by January 6th rioters and members of violent militias. And she's
Damn, pizza looks so good right now. We have crock pot recipe though. It was like stuffing and chicken and this crock pot. Oh my God. Like the last 3 nights, different opportunities with different crock pot recipes, and I'm not eating too much and I'm still exercising. I'm on day 17, no beer, no booze. So things are really starting to, I still got about, 23 to 27 pounds to go, but we're getting there. Oh yeah, I know. And sometimes, it might be one of those things where you don't even feel comfortable talking to me at all, or Sarah, or maybe just Sarah, and maybe a female perspective, you know what I mean? JT with a 10er. Thank you so much, JT. I was not expecting that. And then Holly with a 20. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you guys. I appreciate you here right at the buzzer being so amazing. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And even JT got into the action as well.
The world of beauty works for just a few people. We're leaving that behind. We believe beauty is
JT, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I know, you got your kids and you got all kinds of stuff. So this is definitely taco or enchilada money. But I appreciate you so much for supporting my dream and just being one of the goats. I appreciate you very much, man.
We won't stop moving beauty forward. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Yeah, the crock pot recipes are just incredible right now. Let's just do a quick review here real quick. Jose, is there anything really quick that you want to see here before I gotta go? I'm gonna go through these photos here, but it's getting to the point where I gotta call it because I gotta make sure that I don't go too long or sleep is needed. So let's go through some of these pictures here for Holly. I got the photo here, but if you got Jose a photo of something you want to see real quick, I want to make sure I don't exclude anyone. So. All good vibes. Puppies and pizza, huh? What a great combo. Yeah, thank you guys. If we didn't have you guys come through, we would have been at I don't know, $10 or $15 or $20. Thank you guys so much for, being amazing. And that definitely will go to Paisley. I actually spent, money today to get her some treats and stuff, but I can probably get her a new bone now or a new tire or a new rope or something. You guys are amazing people. I feel like I'm hanging out with the goats like Deion Sanders every single night. I appreciate you guys tremendously, very, very much. And like I said, I wish I could go a little bit longer. I know some of you guys probably need a little bit longer. Cheaper than therapy, and I know that we can help you. Like I said, I appreciate everything that you do. I'm so excited for your jerseys to show up tomorrow. I'll message you on Twitter, so look for a message from me. Thank you so much, Sarah, JT, everyone. And JT, I owe you 2 or 3 pictures on the next stream, or 4 or 5. Think of something that you want to have, unless you have something right this second. If you want to see something real quick for the dono, otherwise I can do donos tomorrow for you, or next time you're in there, and I can throw up some stuff. I'm just kind of at that point where I probably should shut it down. So there's no yelling involved or why are you still doing this or whatnot. So, but I appreciate you guys very much. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth, and I will be back very, very soon. And yeah, we got an amazing game tomorrow. The Commandos versus the Bears. Hooray. And watch what ends up being like the best game of the year. I know that's not even possible, but sometimes you have these matchups that look like horrible. And then what happens if the game ends up being like 31-30 or something, you never know. So I appreciate you guys tremendously. Have a great rest of your night. I can't wait for you to get your stuff. I'll call you tomorrow or message you tomorrow. And I'll be back tomorrow for Thursday Night Football. So I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Get better, Holly. We have your back no matter what. And I will be back, very, very soon. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Love you. Appreciate you. And I'll be back tomorrow. Gang.